Let's go, guys. Let's go. Yo, hello. What's up? What's the question? What's the question, mate? I'm here to listen. um, I'm gonna skip the starting screen and we hop right into it. Mate, come, join in. Here, I'm live. Come. Let's play together. Let me just change the playlist real quick. Perfect. Let's go. Here. Chat, how's everybody doing? I am back with another live stream here on Twitch. Gonna play some BTD6 tonight. And maybe something else later. Who knows? Maybe we're gonna collab with Liars again. Who the hell knows? Yo, what is happening? I just went live. What is all the support on about? I eat crayons for fun. Thank you, mate. Here's the code. I wanna... Welcome in, by the way. You're the first person. Yes. I wanna blackboard a map. Is there a specific map that you would like to play? I eat. Last time we blackboarded Monkey Meadow. Then we went for Tree Stump. We sadly did not finish that. And today I wanna blackboard something else. I'm like level 20. That's fine, mate. That's fine. I couldn't care less. Everybody can join up. As long as I'm not lonely, then it's fine. Candy Force, let's go. Candy Force. Oh, okay. Yeah. We close to blackbuttering that one. What am I missing here? We got that. Do we have this? Yes, 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 yes. Oh, we missed chimps. Is that it? I think we're missing chimps. Yeah, if there's anyone who wants to join, the code is on screen right now. PMXBVO. Okay? Please join. Level 20. Cried literally. You just did the tutorial, brother. Here, let me drop you a follow. You're still a fresh BTD6 noob, huh? Highest round, level 55. That's something. 55. Okay, brother. Oh shit, I gotta carry you. Chimps is the hardest mode of the whole game. Let's go. We got this. Maybe we could get some other person that's high level. That'd be amazing. Viclick, for example. Please stay. And John. Perfect. Let's crack straight into it. Let's crack straight into it. Yo, how are you? I eat crayons for fun. What is that name on about, mate? What the hell is a crayon? I'm not a native English speaker here. What the hell is a crayon, mate? Ah, that's you, yeah. Alright, this guy is leaving, but we're still 3 people, which is fine. Got some chimps guy as well in here. Just put the music volume good. That's good volume here. Did they both leave? They didn't. They fucking didn't. Let's go. Thanks for the money. You know that SD is very strong late game. Feel like this should be good so she gets both tracks. And later on, she's also going to get the first track down there. Oh, you cannot see that shit. Of course. It's that type of map. Once again. Dude, how fucking big is my face cam, brother? Nah. Is this good? Let's put it... Here. Yo, Rock you. Hello. Welcome back, mate. You're also the first person to use channel points on my channel, by the way. I eat crayons. Feel honored, brother. Who gave you money? Here you go, John. The thing is, I got affiliated like 1 week ago. This is my 5th stream right now. With affiliates, 5th or 6th stream, I don't even remember. Don't keep track with that. And I did some channel point stuff there, yeah. Just for fun stuff. What is this song? Let me remove that from the playlist. There you go. Remove that as well. This is good. No, actually, no. This is good. Hi, I'm just lurking. Are you really lurking, Rockty, or do you do you know what lurking? Well, either way, thanks for being here, mate. Wait. Oh yeah, you can use subs in this chocolate. We could do something with the subs there, yeah? Like right there. Later we might get a village over there somewhere. Looks good. I really dislike this face cam position. This is good, no? This is fine, this is fine. The thing is, every time I move my face cam, I have to move everything else as well. There you go. Yo, Apex Novice. Wait, that's you, right, Crayons? I think that's you. Should be you. Yeah, brother, he can place nothing. He's level 20. At level 20, you have a bigger bomb. That's it. And you have that guy. Nothing more, basically. But brother, you know what? I got you. I got you. You're gonna be level 20 with a Shimp's medal. I mean, that's something, no? I'm speaking big right now, but I actually suck at the game, so... high risk, high reward to play with me. Brother! Who left? Ah, okay. You just got a Striker Jones? Place him. Do you need money? You know what? Place the hero, guys. Place the heroes. I see player 2 still needs to place the hero. What about this guy? Place open, please. So what I'm gonna do here is I'll be placing a wizard right in the beginning. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna upgrade this guy to a necromancer. One of my favorite towers in the game. Next to alchemist, I mean, you can see the XP right there. 1.2 million XP compared to the other towers. Look at that. 3,000 only. What is this? Tag shooter? I should try him more, I guess. We got this one, the new one. Very, very cool tower. And of course, another one of my favorites. Sniper Monkey, 1 million XP right there. I really, really pray that Ninja Kiwi is going to release a Sniper Monkey Paragon. Camo, I got you, brother. I got you. Do I got you is the question. Let's do this. Monkey sensor. Does anyone know what you go with if you place Necromancer? Wall of Fire or Arcane Blazed? Thanks for the money, mate. I'm gonna get Shimmer. Gains a dark magic attack, the predicate. Yeah. Let's fucking go. Man, I'm hyped. This is gonna be a very, very long stream because I have to fix my sleep schedule. As I said several times in my previous live streams, I'm going on vacation with another Twitch streamer, Liar's Light. We're going to do 2 AL streams, one in daytime, one in nighttime. I have to ask for permission to like go into restaurants and shit. We see how that all goes, right? Maybe we do some BTD6 from the restaurant. Who knows? Who knows? We see how it goes. But yeah, I have to fix my sleep schedule. My sleep schedule is completely fucked. Completely fucked. What also contributed to that is my fucking security job in real life, which goes very late sometimes. I gotta fix that, and that's why I'm. If everything goes as planned, this could turn into a 24-hour stream. Who knows? Yeah. Yeah, I actually also made 204 yesterday. I'm glad that's a meta. There you go, we got Shimmer. Need money. Rocky, how you doing, mate? Doing good? Yeah, I'm not gonna say what I wanted to say, but... Do you play any other games in BT6, brother? Oh, Digga. I got some real BT6 addicts in chat. Type 3 in chat if you're an absolute BT6 addict. You play other games, okay. I was just wondering. Ah, sweet. Look at that. Necromancer, unpopped army. Should be good, no? Oh my god, wait. Okay. I wanna go for a Prince of Darkness. Before we go for Prince of Darkness, I'll be crafting a armor piercing darts sub. Thank you for the money, mate. What? You should play some stuff as well, Apex. You need the XP, man. You need the XP, man. I recommend, if you wanna know what's good, I mean, you have Bomb Shooter, right? Bomb Shooter, Mob Mauler. He's cool. Somewhere in the beginning. Do you remember me? Let's go. So, next up on the menu, I have the Alchemist. The one and only Alchemist. He's going to buff everything, and I'll be you know what? I'm gonna craft 2 Alchemists. One here and one over there. And their mission is to buff everybody around there. So I do this. I do this. And then I go top path. What this gives us is Camo lead. He gives lead and if the tower. I mean, this is Camo already, no? Yeah. He's going to be Camo lead, for example. These three. Very good stuff. So. Thank you. I wanted to set up Clash of Clans, right? Wanted to do some clan war attacks and kick some people on stream, but I didn't set that up yet. I should have set that up. If anyone in chat right now plays Clash of Clans and you are maybe looking for a clan, I have a very successful clan. We basically win every clan war, yeah. And yeah, non-stop clan wars, non-stop clan war leagues, everything. Very active clan. Just let me know if you wanna join a clan and then I can give you the invite code. Look. Apex. I'm gonna explain some shit because you're on level 20. I'm not sure if it's your first account or not, but nevertheless, Alchemist. Let's fucking go. Oh no, I'm very biased, bro. I'm very biased. I have my small group of monkeys that I love, and basically every monkey is viable. It depends on what you like, right? But I heavily also recommend Ninja Monkey. Cool guy. We don't have a single ninja here? That's illegal. You know what? There's going to be a third alchemist down here. Let's craft him first. So. Jay, hello. Good to see you. I don't have to outcall you. Do I have some sweets on me, or what made you come out of the dark corner? All jokes aside, hello. Good to see you. How come nobody plays a ninja? Such a no-brainer to me. Yo, what is happening back here? Okay, player 4 and player 2 popping up. Okay. Apex! I eat crayons for fun. Good job. That's you, right? Yeah. Good job. Not this time, yeah. How are you doing, Jay? I went live like 10 minutes ago or something. Just a cozy late night stream, open end actually. I usually don't go around this time, go live around this time. But I have to fix my sleep schedule and I'm not going to sleep tonight. Yeah. Do we have any tips on how to survive 24 hours without sleep? Much coffee maybe, right? Much coffee. Many shrimp medals for the motivation. I think that's a pretty good base. Blanjitsu is next up. Brother, I also need money. I am really poor. Really poor. Too poor to be true. But I don't know what I'm talking about, bro. Oh. Okay, who wants money? Brother, we all want money. If everybody wants money, who's gonna give? Let me just get Blanjutsu real quick and then I help you out, mate. Thank you very much, Apex. I'm good for now. I'm gonna help you out. Do we need more? Thumbs up if you need more money, thumbs down if you don't need money anymore. Need more money? Okay. Of course, mate. Kite drops. We should probably aim to get a 5th upgrade on some tower. That is oftentimes necessary to win chimps. Yeah, because of that. Because of all the mob types. Later on, it's going to be way harder. So 28k is very, very much. What's our loadout right now? Okay, that's good damage. I see, yeah. This is very good. This is mob, no? Yeah. You watch all those Re-Zero music soundtracks I have here. Remove. Good song. Thank you. I'm thinking what to do. Feel like upgrading this guy to stronger stimulant. We got a lot of support ongoing in the beginning. Last even longer. Who's this? Pair free. Big lick. Big lick, if you can hear me, thumbs up. We got some randoms in the game, no? Still looking pretty neat though. Jay, do we have PTD 6? Waiting for Jay. Thinks about okay. I mean, I highly recommend the game. It's not like I'm playing it for no reason every single day, pretty much. So don't make the mistake and miss out on the fun. That's what I have to say. What are you waiting for? Waiting for. Okay, guys, let's work together on something. Ah, wait. Ah, not everybody's in the stream. Okay. It's gonna be tough. Because the thing is, in chimps you really have to like communicate with each other. And as I said, a 5th upgrade on pretty much any monkey is... It feels neat. Oh. Ah, never mind. I feel like that's a must do. We could try something. Yeah, let's try this. So what I wanna do... One crossbow master would also be enough. Let's go for him. I don't know what to do. Fuck! Brother, I said high risk, high reward. To play with me. Please, kill them. Good thing is, when they go past here, we still get another wave of attacking right there under my face cam. So we are good to go as long as more ops pop down here. They have to pop down here. Yeah, let's do this, right? Or maybe here. Let's do this one. No? Nah, this one. Let's go. Yep. Let's go. Yeah, Digga. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Okay. That was the deadly round. Round 90, where we get lots of DDTs spammed in. I believe 93 is as dangerous, or 95. If we survive that, we good. Let's slow down for a minute. Who needs money? Does anyone need money? I'm giving some money to John as well. I feel like he's popping off down there. Wait, this is all player 2? Holy shit. Okay, sure. Let's do this. Yeah. If anyone has money, I'm selling for aircraft carrier to get some mob defense. Slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down. SS Ray 5, sharpen grape to the ship. Burning her grape can pop lab balloons and set balloons on fire. I don't know what to go for. Can pop. Oh yeah, we need this. Or else we are. Wait. No, let's go for this. Let's go for this one. We have to go for this one. Else we are not going to be able to pop DDTs. Yeah. This is. We get lead from the alchemist. Strong. Oh, Digga! Nah. Well, second wave under my face cam. Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. Yeah. Okay. Fuck. This is it. Brother, slow down, please. Ah, man. It was 95. It was 95. Look, it is high risk, high reward, mate. We can make it though, we can make it. It's not that difficult. We got to round 95. What we need is DDT popping power. And for that we need a 5th upgrade somewhere. Dart Monkey, Ninja, oh no, the Archmage, the Wizard Monkey, for example. Let's focus on that, yeah. Chat, here's the code. If anyone wants to... You just got 9 levels in one game. If anyone wants to join, here's the code. PMAEUU. Looking for carries. Rock to you, for example. Would be amazing if you guys can join. So we are not lonely. Rock to you joining in, mate? You said you're gonna join, no? Is Danas online? Ah, Rocky is offline. Okay. Yeah, accept. Tell Zebra. Who are you? Who should I pick? Strucker Jones or Quincy? Strucker Jones. Yeah. Ooh. Tower, look at that. Towers near the hero get plus 5% range and plus 25% pierce. Quincy. Go for Quincy. We need mob defense right there. Arrows do squad damage to mob class Bloons, for example. Go for Quincy and place Quincy somewhere in the beginning where he can. Oh yeah, please stay. John Dale Dingo! Please! We need some. No! Nah, you're welcome. GTO, welcome in. Okay, I think it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. Yeah, go for Quincy. Alright, Rakti, alright. Oh my god, brother! Let's go like this. Place Quincy where my mouse is. Somewhere there. Somewhere here. Where he can hit up here and down here. Very nice, very nice. I believe Quincy also gets more range the further you are in the game. And then he should be able to hit here, like under my face cam, and down here. What is this? Brother. Brother. How can you even place that guy in the water? I'm genuinely confused. Yeah, let's get Azity next. Also, let me hit up Liars. I wanna collab with him. Liars Light. What is my brother doing?
Let's go in there. Ben here somewhere? I don't see him anywhere. And I'm loving the shock gloves already. They seem very good. Oh, I'm falling. Hello, Maxi.
What happened? I got hacked. I think I got hacked. The fuck? I keep pressing some hotkey that opens the console in Google.
Yeah, I'm gonna be there in a bit. As soon as there's a save point.
Need a bit of money for Azity. Thank you. Now, what we do, we place Azity right there. On strong. And what I also wanna do is build a crossbow master this game. Crossbow master is known to be effective against DDTs. He just needs lead, but that's easily fixed. Yeah, why not? Is there any other hero we need? Yeah, right. Tahi? Yeah, get your hero. Bro! Also good. I see you going for Necromancer. Yeah, I'll get, mate. Don't worry, I'll get. We got this. Here, get even more from me. Get even more. This is gonna be our death. No? Maybe? Easy. Yeah. Another Quincy. Very nice. Very, very, very good. So. So. Yep. Fast forward. No danger inside. Just fast forward then. Okay, easy. Oh my goodness, Quincy with the carry. Let's do this. I wanna you know what, guys? We're gonna black butter this. After this, it's black buttered, and then we go for locks. I wanna black butter locks. I remember, locks is probably my favorite map. I remember, I have my highest round on locks as well. I think highest round was somewhere around 300 in my on my old account. We spammed all the paragons on locks, dude. Oh man. Also Dark Temple, everything you can imagine. Game was so laggy at the end. I wonder if there's some fix to that. Let's do crossbow guy. I'm not sure if you guys have gotten that far, that the game just begins to fucking lag. But when it does, it's really annoying. One round takes around 5 minutes to 10 minutes real life time. Really wonder if there's some fix to that. Maybe overclocking your PC to 7 gigahertz or buying. I honestly don't think there's a fix. It's a game. We need some type of global defense here. Let's get a sniper down real quick. Please don't place anything top left up here. I wanna make a little sniper. Oh wait, never mind. This is bad. Yeah, don't place anything like right here, please. I wanna make a little trio back there with my alchemist. Yeah. Why the hell not? Camolet for sure. Got some safety back there. Because I'm not feeling like dying to a red balloon. You get me? Would be very, very tragic. Look here, range guard. Further. Easy. She can pop there. Good as well. Ooh, wait. I don't know what to do. We're gonna make a unstable concoction. Codes mob class and an explosive substance that cause a large when they are popped. Very, very, very OP. Especially super, super late game. When there's a million mobs touching each other. One pops and all go boom. Very, very nice. Oh, Liars, hello. You wanna call it, brother? My friend. Hello. How are you?
I'm doing good, and you?
I'm doing okay. Because I just died in chimps.
Ah, that's exciting.
But things are looking better now.
Okay.
Yep. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna place a alchemist down here. So the alchemist is going to buff everybody around there, and also. Wait, no, this is not gonna be a buff. This is gonna be this guy. Unstable concoction, super OP, on strong. Mate. He's refreezing the chocolate. I wonder what we are gonna do with the unstable. I think. Yeah, faster throwing. Yeah, faster throwing. I think that's what you. Rock you. Do you do larger potions or faster throwing with the unstable concoction? I feel like faster throwing, no? Yeah? Let's go then. How's your stream, Nias?
We're going well. I guess fun.
Good. What are you doing?
Just played Batman, and now I'm in Bloons, finishing the first map, Last Medals.
No, let's go. I'm just backbottering Candy Force real quick. Somebody requested that map, and I'm always open for requests. And after that, we can blackball something together if you want.
Yeah, we can do that.
I'm gonna try to somehow hide the code so you can join in, of course. And then make the lobby public. To everybody on stream.
Do it.
Are we dead? Sniper! Sniper! Not fucking okay. Chat, we're gonna make a fresh lobby. Everybody can join again. Rock you, Apex, me, and this time also Liars. Let's go. What do you mean there was an error writing on device storage? What storage do you need? Wait, what? What is this? Wait, what is this? Brother, why is it trying to save something? I just died. Why is my Windows drive 0 bytes left out of 118 gigabyte? Spotify, what are you doing? Why is the cage 700 megabyte again? 1 second, guys. I'm gonna delete this. Man! What can I do to free up space? This is so annoying. I can't just delete Windows. There's nothing on my Windows. Since when is Windows 118 gigabyte? Since when is Windows same like fucking Call of Duty Warzone? What is a scam? Okay, 600 MB should be good now. Let me restart the game. And then we go. Hydrate. Cheers. We can do logs 100%, but I really want to finish the black butter. Do you get me? I really want to finish it one. It's just one game mode left. It's just shimps. We're gonna do that first. I don't have any games on my Windows drive. It's really annoying. But I fix it for now. Chat, here's the code. Oh, liars, join in now, quick. You don't need code. Go. And we're gonna finish this map. I wanna get this done. Everybody from just now can join up. Reserved to the people from just now. Plus liars. Liars, you can join in. Here's the code.
Oh, okay. Yo, I'm in.
The ice buggy was cursed. Kind of, yeah. That ice monkey gave us the fucking death rock to you. But I know how to stream together. There you go. Alright, we have Azuli, Zauda, Quincy, and Gwen. Good combo. Okay, we should have this now. Come on. I wanna give Apex. Bro, you're level 30, that's crazy. I wanna give you. Imagine easy. Wait, you can't even see that. Wait, that's. Easy shrimps. Oh, that's too good. Yeah, I wanna make this happen. Let's go. Also, try to place towers somewhere here so they can attack first lane and second lane. Very good. Very good, actually, yeah. Lars, this is my third try doing this now.
Okay. Ah, Shrimps ist hart.
Ja. Can you say something?
Hello?
Again?
Hello?
Okay, now you're louder.
Okay, gut.
One more time.
Hello?
Again?
Hello?
Again?
Hello?
Okay, good. Again?
Hello?
Again?
Hello?
Okay, can you just keep talking, please?
Yeah, hello, talking. Hello, talking. Hello, talking. Hello.
Okay. Now audio should be good.
Ja, das wird er.
I said, never forget. Oh, this map is a pain. This map is a pain. Who is in this map? We dead. We dead. Never mind. Crincy! Nothing gets past my bow. 1, 2, 3. Where's the 4th hero? There we go. There we go, mate.
That one is expensive.
Yeah. Also, what just happened, Rocky, it's not completely your ice monkey fault that we lost. It's also my fault. I put him on strong. So he ignored the first runes coming in. And I even had shrapnel shot. I should have put him on first. We might have survived this way. It's whatever, mate. It's whatever. We're both noobs. Let's brush it off. Let's brush it off. Let's focus on this now. It's a new day. Hey! Mwah. Mwah. I love seeing shit that I like. Pure support, also very, very good player free. Let's fucking go. I like you, mate. I like you. I like you. Just like you. Oh, wow. So, come on, Ed. I should put him on strong, but only at level 59. Let's fast forward. I'm kinda down for a new coffee, NGL.
Yeah, we can get one after this game.
Yup. Chat, if there's anyone who wants to join later, everybody can join. We keep switching around, so everybody gets to play. Code is always shown on screen. So yeah, join the hell up. Let's have some fun. I stream BT6 pretty often, actually. At least every second day, currently. Let's get shrapnel shot. Yeah, definitely. And now... I also play other games. Well, currently, I would say BT6 is like a main game right now. Like, at the time. Let's craft a... Ooh, helicopter should be good. Mob shove. Let's get that. Large caliber. Very nice. Heavy bombs, mob assassin is the next shit. Really, really good upgrade. Jay, did you see that? We just popped the mob like that. Blup. Oh no. Oh no. La 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 Can Can you do some mob shit with Desperado? He's such a new hero, tower. I have no clue how he works. I don't read anything about mobs. Yo, if anyone knows if this guy is good for mobs, tell me the specific upgrade. Very nice, yeah. What are you doing, Jay? I got 4K. What do I do? Deadly precision and main mob. I'm going for deadly precision and then main mob. Top right.
Yeah, very good.
Look at the trio down up here. Apex, look at that shit. I'm boosting us all. Let's have 2 main mobs here. And this guy, I will make him pure damage. Spam damage. You rage quitted? NGLJ, you should try it again. Wait, you rage quitted in Resident Evil 1? You rage quitted in RE1? Did the POV make you mad? I would rage quit because of the POV there, because that's very, very bad. It's such an old game. You have the bird view from top. The drone view, basically. I really, really don't like that. But the thing is, I have to force myself through the entire Resident Evil series. I'm still paying to play that on stream. And I will start with RE1, yes. RE1. It's going to be a pain. RE1 especially is going to be pain. The rest should be fine. I think RE2 is where like other POVs are invented. I don't know actually. RE4 is very, very good game. Play the demo with flyers. Thanks for the money. I'm doing this. Okay, so I get it if you put this on first, no? Yeah. You put this guy on first and this guy on strong. Because I want him to pop the strong ones here. And yeah. Fucking sniper crew up there. I love it. Let's think about this though. Camolet is incoming in 2 rounds. 2 more rounds and then there's Camolet. We have Camolet here. I don't know if this is Camolet. This is probably Camolet. This is Led. Camolet. Camolet. This is also just Camo. No Alchemist Nebby. It's looking okay. It's looking okay. I have a bad feeling. Yeah, I have an idea. Let's do a ninja here. Shit. Okay. Maybe not. Let me think, okay? You know what? I join you, mate. Another sub. On strong. And he's... This guy is going to be this guy. Yes. Okay. What's your plan, Liars?
I just gave him some money for maybe more, but all the anti-mob stuff.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, mate. If you need money, let me know, right?
Well, right now there's no important upgrades I have, but yeah.
What are the others doing? Rocky's probably saving for lightning bolt. And Apex also doing good stuff. Yeah. I want this guy to be upgraded. That'd be amazing. Player 4, I'm gonna give you money and you get this, okay? He's also gonna buff Acid, yeah. I give you all the money, just buy it. You should have, yeah. Let's go. Okay. $63 is dangerous, no? Yeah, it is. But we got this. Not today. Player 3, put this guy on strong. We want this guy to pop the strong balloons. So how you do it is you go to your monkey and you press this. Wait, you can't see this. You press your monkey and here you put him on strong. This sniper. Yes, exactly. On strong. Yeah, nice. PV, no autosave. What do you mean, no autosave? If you die endgame, you have to play the whole game again? No autosave! That sounds crazy. Don't you remember last time playing some game without autosave? Well, yeah, the forest. Obviously. Easy. Never mind. There's still games out there without an autosave. Okay, now I'm gonna say for stronger stimulant. This is going to buff our 4 super powerful snipers with a very good stimulant. Extra strong Berserker Brew has even more powerful effect on the target and lasts even longer. That's the next step. The next step to success. Next step to success. There's also some Easter egg on this map, so let me explain you guys. You see those things coming up when you press certain objects? Like the door, for example, this. if you get it right in the right order, there's going to be a melody, and then you can unlock a special feature. And that feature basically is small towers. So if you enable that feature, all towers will be super small. That's basically it. But you have to get the order right. There's also one bottom right, I think, top left. There's a YouTube video about that. Don't do it right now, because this is not the right moment to do that. Now we have to focus on chimps. Bro, I'm telling you, I have to say that. I don't want epics to try that shit right now. We gotta focus up. This is just pure spam damage, no? Oh yeah, start. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Can we survive if I go to bathroom for 1 minute?
Hopefully.
Okay, don't put on fast forward, please. Go back. Yeah. I'm back.
Hello.
How's the round going?
Yeah, good. They got a bit far from comfort, but still fine one time. But it's going good.
Okay. How many snipers do we need, brother?
Yeah.
Yeah, necromancer would be.
That would be like if I wait, then that would be good. Snipers are very strong.
Good job, guys. Good job. Let's keep this up. Come on. Come on. Come on. It's just 95 that's dangerous. We should survive 90 if we keep going, but 95 is the most dangerous. Remember, 95 is many DDTs. We need DDTs damage. Maybe this is good DDT damage. I have no idea. Wait, is this camo? Ah, mid here is not camo. We have 1, 2 that's not camo. We could do that. Also, if possible, player 2, upgrade him to mob assassin. If you have unlocked this guy, of course. You're like a fresh player, so... Yep. Brother is typing right now. I can smell it. Okay, he's dead. All good, bro. All good. You probably don't have it. We need MIB. How do you know? Okay. Yeah, MIB would be good, yeah. We could get Men in Black somewhere here. It's going to be tough, though. There's like no space. Going to be really close. Maybe. Don't think so though. Oh no. Okay, holy shit. That'd be amazing. I don't think that's happening. But we could... I have an idea. We could get mob glue. Do we have a glue gunner already? We have. Try to get relentless glue, player 3. I'm gonna save up a bit of money and think what to do. Guys, if you know anything I can do right now, please tell me. I'm also thinking. Oh yeah. This guy probably? Yeah. Let's do this. We have a ninja here, right? Oh, he's not Blanjitsu yet. We need Blanjitsu. Maybe get Blanjitsu here. That'd be amazing. I place an alchemist right there. Then we have 2 alchemists. Maybe this is something. Yes, definitely. Okay. Jade, do you want to join up? Sure. Nice. Yeah, focus on Blanjitsu mate. Or maybe that thing. Sounds good as well. Money? Yeah. Let me just get Berserker Brew real quick. So I can buff... wait, he can buff 3 at once already. Yo, I got you, mate. It's fine. Ten more rounds should be easy. No, 14 more rounds should be easy. We should have that in the bag. It's just 95. It is just 95. Close. Okay. Yeah. I'm getting that. It's too good. Okay. What's the song? We Won't Be Alone by Faint. Ah, Rocket League artist. Let's fucking go. Rocket League has great bangers. Wait, I just remember. Why did that thought just came? Why do I just remember that right now? Somebody asked me what my town hall level is. How do you remember that right now? It's so random, brother. Okay, but to answer your question, my town hall level is 15? Jay, what's my town hall level? Jay, can you check real quick? In Clash of Clans? I think 15, no? Town hall level in Clash of Clans. I just got a random thought that somebody asked me. And I don't think I answered that question. 15, yeah, it's 15 actually. Town hall level 15. Brother, if you're looking for a clan, join the clan. I really recommend. I'm also doing giveaways. There's actually a giveaway on my Discord server right now. You can win Steam gift card or Gold Pass. It's the second giveaway I'm doing. Highly recommend joining the Discord server for all information. It doesn't cost anything. It costs nothing. Every now and then I just do giveaways to give the community something back. All the love I receive, you should get some back. $1K for you. Dude, it's looking good.
Yep. Good one.
It's just level 95 that's difficult.
Yeah.
Because 95 is many DDTs. And I wonder if we have good defense for that.
I
think
don't
it's...
feel like we're good enough for that.
I can't tell. I'm too noob to tell.
I'm not feeling confident about 95 right now.
Yeah. I wonder what Apex is going for. I mean, if I knew, I would probably give you more money. Let's go. We got somebody to carry. Okay.
Yeah, Apache would be very good.
What is Apache?
Weißt du, was das?
What is Apache Sturmtiger? Where do I get that? Strike is good. This should be good for around 95. Like, there's gonna be many DDTs, not just one. Or do you mean for like level 100? Can somebody get Apache? 21,000?
Yeah,
That's
I need
crazy.
for that. So
Okay, guys, everybody give Liars money. Liars needs money for Apache. Everybody. We are full focusing Apache right now. Follow what streamer says. It's important. We need communication. Apex, rock you. Liars needs money. 21,000. We make an alchemist next to the helicopter. Since the... Is this lead, Sturmtiger? It is. Let's answer my own question. Okay, 10k left, come on. Ah, brother, is this actually what you go for? EFR? I feel like you go for faster firing if you have Apache. This is so bad if you think about it. This is actually a really useless upgrade. Because Camo you can get a monkey town. And this is, I don't know if this is worth it. I think like you should really go for that. It is whatever. It is whatever. EFR for DDTs, yeah. I mean, yeah, you can get that for DDTs, yeah. It's definitely good for that, yeah. Apex, please donate Lios. Or else we are losing. Come on, buddy.
We absolutely need that money, yeah.
Ah, okay, stimmt, Tiger. I get it. I got you. We have enough! Apex is not donating.
Yeah, Apex donates, we have enough.
It hurts in my soul. Here's for that. Rock you, thanks to you, by the way, mate. Okay, Apex bought something. What did he buy?
What did he do?
It's crazy. And welcome in, Sturmtiger. I assume you're German. Guter alter Kollege. As I can see by your name. Are we that? Guys, donate. Jay, I forced some guy to the Clash of Clans clan war, by the way. Wait, did I? I think I did, right? Who did I... Okay.
Just a little bit.
I'm so spamming that button, brother. We need that. Yeah. We can't get it. Wait, Judy. Wait, brother, somebody did. No.
I got it.
Let's fucking go, mate. I hope this is good against DDTs now.
It should be, but I don't know if it's enough.
Make an alchemist as well next to it.
Yep.
Oh, baby. Oh. 50k in 1 minute? Are you kidding me, brother? Apache for the win.
Yeah, that's super strong.
It's not
Oh, it's not
GG.
looking good.
I'm done with this map. I'm done with that map, brother. Oh, why is this map so difficult? GG's, chat. GG's, man. It was worth a try, right? It was worth a try. Oh, I'm actually very far in logs as well. I don't know what we could have done there. We did decent. We got around 94, I think. Yeah. It's good. Now, log should be way, way easier. We can actually try chimps first if you guys want. I don't care. If anyone has some special requests, let me know. If not, then we just do magic monkeys. You guys, if anyone wants to join, here's the code PMCXEW. I'm gonna copy that and paste it in chat. We got hot in the game. About to carry us. And Apex again. Easy game, let's go. Lock is very, very fun map. It's a map where I got around 300 plus on my old account.
Okay, ja.
We had all the Paragons, we had Dark Temple, everything.
Oh, das ist very cool.
Yeah. Hot left.
Und wann passt das instantly gone? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. It kicked me out? Okay, then we restart, mate.
Ah.
Hier, Sturmtiger. Join. It was fine? Ah, okay. Hä? Oh, okay. Still get a follow though. Gotta support each other in this game. Hard Magic Monkeys. Let's go. Are you ready, Sturmtiger? Remember me. Remember. Okay, yeah, now we can lay back a little bit, since it's not really a tough mode.
No, it should be pretty easy.
Yeah. Paralyzed. Yeah, get your hero, mate. Get your hero, Sturmtiger. Get him. Let's go. Gwendolyn. Also, one hero I never really touched. Send wolf spirits to attack the balloons. Brambles creates a spike bush on a track that can pop 50 balloons less multiple rounds if not destroyed. Every 18 rounds creates a totem that slows all balloons near the totem by 30%. Less effective versus mob class balloons. Interesting. Ward of trees. Summons a ward of trees across the track to destroy all balloons that enter. When full, the trees burst into money. Ward of trees can hold a lot more balloons and has shorter cooldown. Damage all balloon types. That's good. That is good. There you go, Ezzy. In the business, I can just place her right in the beginning. Nothing crazy is gonna happen in this mode. It's fine, it's fine. What happened?
I think someone used an item that increases money or something because money is glowing. Yeah, someone is spamming items.
Nice. Pretty cool feature.
Yeah, it's very cool.
There's like so many. What is it? Time stop. If sometimes things move too quickly, use time stop. Yeah, maybe no, probably not. What's that? I've seen this from some guy. Very, very cool thing. You can like get towers from this, no? This is super interesting thing here. Super monkey beacon. I have no idea what this is. Do you want to hop into some The Forest 2 later?
Yes, absolutely.
Because the thing is, I mean, you're also doing it, right? Like, no sleep.
Yeah, we gotta somehow fix our sleep schedule.
Brother. Jay, are you joining? I think you seem to get also pretty scuffed. It's pretty scuffed, no? Guys, what is a hero booster? What is that? Is that worth it? Can I get like instant level 20? That'd be cool.
Would be a bit overpowered, I think.
I wanna try some random stuff. Summon Phoenix ability. Powerful Phoenix wrecks Bloon Havoc for 20 seconds. Why not?
In the past, I used that constantly, this Phoenix mage.
What do you go with? Do you top path or bottom path for that? Wait, it's lead. This is already lead. Maybe bot and then it's combo lead.
That would be maybe good.
Yep. Yep. Water fire creates a super hot wall of fire across the track to roast the balloons as they pass. Geh on the other side. Down, down. There you go. Dragon's Breath. Spews endless flames at enemy balloons and enhances fireball and wall of flame. Wall of fire. I like it. Dude, have I ever used that guy before? What the hell is this? Wizard Lord Phoenix. Wizard Lord Phoenix becomes a master of the flame, turning into a super powerful lava phoenix for a short time. 54,000, which is very much.
I got that very often in the past. It's really cool.
I want that. I need it. Give it now.
You need to farm money for that, I think.
No. I hate farming money.
Yeah, I don't think you're ever gonna see any level 5 if you don't farm money.
Who did that? Oh, let's go. Let me try this guy. So now I can just summon a dragon?
Phoenix.
Oh! Crazy dragon. I love it.
That's a phoenix.
What is a phoenix?
Like a bird that, if it dies, bursts into flames, and from its ashes it gets reborn.
Okay, it's a dragon.
No.
Really cool dragon. 30,000 pops already. Who's player free? Apex. I like it. I like it. The thing is, however, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And that is probably not going to change. Looks cool though. Looks cool though. Oh look, Banjitsu. Getting the ninja XP, I see, huh? We should make a coffee after this, or else
Yeah.
I'm not surviving any much longer.
Yeah, let's do that.
Red eyes, I'm trying to dun 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 dun. Take it to paradise. Take it to paradise. Here you have your money. Please carry.
Oh, okay. Super Monkey gets an upgrade.
Let's go. Look at that range. If you place this guy in the center on top of the water pontoon, he covers the whole map, pretty much.
Yeah. This is very good.
Insane. What we did
Also
back
very
then is
expensive.
we placed pontoon in the center. And I believe Danas made a dark temple on top of it.
Ah, yeah,
In
that's also
center. Oh my god. Right. Also chat, let's go for round 100. It's just 20 more rounds. I need that insta-monkey. That's like a small side quest I have. To collect all the insta-monkeys.
But then maybe the dinosaurs are gonna see there's something back there.
Jay, can I order something from you? Jay? You are barista, aren't you? When I need you, hey. Boom! Boom! I'm gonna suicide in-game. Let me spam the totems.
Okay, can do that. Is it actually possible to...
Nah, it's
zero
not.
that?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Ninja Kiwi doesn't let you suicide. It's not a good thing to do, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You're like sabotaging the whole game.
Oh.
Dragon time! Oh, they're about to get pops back there.
Yeah. Just nearly.
Yeah. Vielen Dank. Vielen Dank.
They got pops.
GG's. Yeah. Guys, Arcane Spike, do you go for Monkey Sense or Wall of Fire?
If you do past 100, probably I would have done Monkey Sense for the BDDs or what they're called. BDD. But otherwise, Wildfire is pretty good.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh,
Yo,
we got a
what
horse
the-
bed.
Robo Monkey, who the hell is that? Also lots of pops there. Robo Monkey, half Super Monkey, half Killer Robot of Death. Shoots from 2 guns at once and can crit. 270k, 180k. Oh yeah, he. Holy crap! This guy's OP. Who's the owner of this Super Monkey Liars?
This one is mine.
Really, really cool.
Mhm.
Yeah, if the game would go higher than 100, then yeah. Your Super Monkey is definitely passing my Wizard Monkey. Look at the pop counter.
Mhm.
Crazy.
Ah, last one already.
Final round. Are we dead?
Now I have that.
Nice.
I got an instant Super Monkey.
Let's fucking go. GG's, mate.
This.
What does it feel like? I'm a na 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 na. Very nice. 10 million blue. Wow. Wow. How is Gwendolyn? What does this number mean here? There's no way Gwendolyn is higher than my Azali. I play Gwendolyn so rare. Oh, Vortex Boss. Whoa, wait. Join in quick. Oh, ouch. Whew, okay. Ouch is a different house number.
Yeah. And
Fuck.
then boss.
Okay, before we start though, we're gonna make a Noble Square. Welcome in. I follow you. And Hot, welcome in. We are probably going to lose, but I want to try this. Before we go though, I wanna make a coffee.
Oh, I'm making it.
Wait, actually. Nah, let's do the coffee in a different game mode. Let's do the coffee in a different,
Okay.
Because here, yeah. What the hell is that? Should we play Monkeys left 35? What?
What?
Ah, interesting. And it's... okay. Each person gets 35 monkeys to place.
Okay, interesting.
Using boat farming to the max. What exactly do you mean? No Geraldo. I don't have Geraldo, mate. I don't own that guy. What I do know is spam damage. Wait, Vortex, does he regenerate? I don't quite remember this guy. Why Geraldo, thanks? Is Geraldo like easy carry in this boss fight? Who are you, Sturmtiger? Are you a Noble Squire or Hot? What? There you go. Enjoy the money. I beat it yesterday. And you used Geraldo then, okay. Wait, we already got a glue. Then. But I have no idea what I'm doing here, by the way. the last time I fought some boss was like on my old account, like back in 2023.
I fought 2 bosses, both times I got carried.
I really have no idea. What I do know is you need lots of like spam them. I think this guy would be good. Chat. Where does he appear? That's the question. Which line? Like 1, 2, 3, 4. Like. I guess where this thing is, right? This is where he comes. I assume.
I got an error.
I got tagged. What is this error, brother? What is that error? Brother, who hacked me now?
What's going on now?
I'm Noble. Hello, Delano man. Welcome in, mate. Wait, you say oof.
I can rejoin?
I just wanna play Vortex. What do you mean you can rejoin? The whole game crashed for me. I have to restart it.
Yeah, but for me as well, but I'm back in.
Downloading new content. Was there an update just now?
Not for me.
Rejoin. Okay.
But it's 1-1 again, apparently.
Delano, did you hack my computer? I wonder.
I'm in now. Whatever is still put up.
What I do wanna do is, yeah, just do random shit, right? Just try to somehow win this. The thing is, I don't remember anything about Vortex. You did not hack me, okay, thank you. Thanks, mate. Ooh. Keep me out completely. Oh, that is very, very sad hot. I'm still gonna try right now, though. And next time you can try again to join. To which upgrade? This thing? 5,500? Okay. Noble Squirre. Did you pick that name? Probably not, right? There you go. And now you just spam that, and that gives you like 200 each round. That's amazing. It takes lots of money per round. Good shit. Also gotta focus on our defense a little bit there. Okay. Wish me luck, Sturmtiger. Wish me luck. It's my first time trying this. This is good, no? Oh shit. Defense, yeah, with that. I got another error.
Me as well.
The game is bugged. Fuck it. Sturmtiger, it's too late. The game is bugged. I'm not gonna try anymore. Yeah, GG's, mate.
Yeah.
Fuck this. We're going back into here. We're going back to... Chat, join in. Everybody can join in. The first person who writes the code can also play. Liars, join in fast.
Yeah, I'm in.
We're going chimps again on candy falls. Let's see if we can win this time.
Mm-hmm.
It's the 4th or 5th try. We got Noble Scryer in the game and we got Hot. Let's do this. I want the black border. Can I get some feedback from my chat, please, if you can hear the background music? I still get errors. The game is fucked.
Yeah, I also have an error again. The game doesn't work anymore.
What do you mean the game doesn't work anymore, brother?
Yeah, I guess the game is bugging right now.
You can't hear the music. Okay, then let me fix this. Is this better? Hey, thank you for the follow, thanks. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thanks. And also Sturmtiger videos. I really appreciate you. We have encountered an unexpected error. Please try again later. If the problem persists, contact support for help. Wait, is it because we have the same Wi-Fi in real life? We live in the same apartment? Is it something like that?
It has never made problems before.
Yeah, it doesn't make... Yeah. Wait, Steam. Is there an update? Did they just release the new Paragon, maybe? No, there is no update. There's absolutely no update in this game. So what the hell is the problem then? Hey! Yeah, Digga! Rock you. How come? Thank you. I really appreciate you. Finally, it's paid off. Yo, rock you. Thank you very, very much. Here. Rock you. This is for you. Hey, rock you, man. I'm genuinely happy about crazy shit, yeah. W, for real. Is it also for you guys? Or is it just me? Let's try some easy map real quick. I wanna see if the bug is still persistent. Let's do 1, 2, 3. The game is making fun of my pronunciation, liars.
What did it do? What?
They genuinely called the map 1, 2, 3. Fuck you, Ninja Kiwi. Making fun of German accent. Okay, yeah, let's go easy.
Yep.
I just wanna see if the bug is still there. Hey, W rock you. Crazy shit.
The bug is still there. I'm out. I'm got that error again.
Hot. What is happening? Is it also for you happening, Rock you? Is it just happening to me?
It's happening to me as well.
Okay, ChatGPT. Screenshot der Error and ask ChatGPT. So, Screenshot, yes. Hello, ChatGPT. I am trying to play BT6 with my dear viewers. This error is happening and my game crashes. Can you help me fix it? The screenshot, the error in your... wait, music off, I can't focus. The error in your screenshot is null reference exception when placing a tower. Ah, okay, when placing a tower. In BT6, this always, almost always points to a game bug or corrupted state, not something you personally did wrong. The game tried to place a tower, but something was missing. Okay, these errors commonly appear after updates, broken save states, mod conflicts, specific tower hero interactions. Restart doesn't work. Number 2, avoid that exact action doesn't work. 3, update the game doesn't work. 4, we can verify game files. That's what we could do on Steam. 5, no. Remove mods. I don't have mods. Try a different map. Doesn't work. Reinstall last resort. No, I won't reinstall because that's not gonna do anything. Okay, we can try the Steam thing, yeah. Why not? Let's try Steam thing real quick. Technical difficulties, guys. It is what it is. This is life. On live, moments like these happen, right? Okay, all files successfully validated. Nothing there. Let me try something real quick. Liars?
Yeah.
Join in, please. Just you. Quick.
And you started the game right now?
Wait, who did you give that sub, by the way? Was it Will? Willy. Willy! Crazy. The guy from my Terraria playthrough. He's going to be happy about that. He also played BT6 with us, I'm pretty sure. Let me try something. Just you and me, Noble. Is Azity bugged, maybe? No. It's not Azity. It's working. Fixed. Elias, are you the culprit?
I have no idea what I would have done.
Did you install some mod?
No.
Then I have no idea.
Very weird.
Seems to be working.
I will try to change my hero. Maybe it was my hero or something.
It was your hero. Oh, that'd be crazy. We have to grind out that mare monkey for you. Since when do I have that? Don't you? Wait, I need like 1 million pops for that. Damn, okay. I already got like 3 million again? Is he cool?
Mermak is very good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Coats tridents in a thick ink that slows balloons. Abyssal creature grows in power, destroying most balloons with ease and enhancing nearby monkeys with more pierce. That sounds very nice. And he also looks very cool. What is here? Hypnotic tune can affect low tier mob class balloons. Can be set to echo from a nearby point. Yeah, I gotta see that. But guys, if there's anyone who wants to play, everybody can join. First person to type in the code can also play. And please be so kind and sometimes like pause and let somebody else play. Just my game was bugged just now. It seems to be fixed again.
I don't know. Now nothing happened, so I don't know.
Yeah, good. Everybody can join, by the way. You don't have to be some pro player. I always appreciate pro players to carry me in this game. But it is whatever. Or just let somebody level 20 join my game. I don't care. Is he lad? Liars?
Yeah.
What round are you?
41.
I'm nearly done. 7 more rounds.
Okay.
I'm playing with noble player. A very noble player. His currency is carrying me.
Good.
Who is Noble Squire in my chat? Can you say hello, please? Who's that? Hi, you're welcome. Delano. Thank you. Danke. Gracias. Dziękuję. For carrying me. Wow. GG's, mate. Thanks for the game. Rock you, brother. I have to start a game real quick. And then I drink something. Candy Force is such a... As much as I love this game, Candy Force, I don't really like this map. I'm not gonna play that. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling that. We could do logs, shimps. That'd be amazing, though. I wanna get that. No, let's do... can somebody please tell me what the green medal and what the pink medal is? So I can know what to pick. I must know. Improbable should be safe, though. There's definitely not improbable that we have here. Wait, no, we have improbable. This is improbable, no? I think this is improbable. We don't need to...
Improbable is a big one.
You are missing double HP and... Thank you, mate. Then let's do this. Wait, it's half... This is half cash. Bloons TD, now I'm confused. Also, if you wanna join in. Bloons TD. There's still one slot. Anyone can join in. Brother, so what am I missing? You're confusing me, Bloons TD. For sure that thing, right? Let's do this then, yeah. Are we ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, let's go. Let's do A or... this is really tempting. This is player 1, right? Or this? Yeah, should be good. Let's go.
So, three people only placing global monkeys.
What?
3 people only placing global monkeys, I see.
Nah. It's not like that. It's just like...
I got the error.
Rock you. Rock you. Rock you. Bloons ranked. What is this error? What is this error, Bloons ranked? I'm trying to play the game, but it doesn't work. Why did it work just now on the other map, on easy mode? Why is this not working now? Nothing is happening. Not even a single balloon appeared. Alter, ey, ich hab keinen Bock mehr. Ey, Mann, was ist das für ein Müll, Alter? Wie schlecht, Ninja Kiwi, wie schlecht! Wie schlecht! Digga! Ich hab ein 6 GHz CPU! Runde 3! Und das Spiel crasht einfach. Was ist denn das, Mann? Ach du Scheiße, ey. Ey, was ist denn das, Laios? Kannst du mir kurz erklären?
I have no idea.
Warum? Rock you! Why? Yeah, I'm not gonna region on that. Wait, I could try, huh? I've never seen it happen so fast. Like, what is the bug about? What's the error about? Spell in English? No. That's a good one. Alter, shit. Shit, man. I'm really mad. Do you like that emote, Lars?
Very cool emote. I got the error, yeah.
Wait, who am I playing with? Who is in the lobby?
I was in the lobby right now.
Is it because... I honestly have the feeling it's because we live in the same apartment.
I don't know, maybe...
And the game doesn't like that.
Maybe there's a new bug about that, I don't know.
How do I fix this, Bloons Ranked? Your name is literally Bloons Ranked. You must know something about this game, no? And why does this occur? On round 4. Mother trucker. There's blue balloons on the screen. The game is not heavy. Why am I getting an error? It's just blue balloons. Let me do content, please. Ninja Kiwi. Is Ninja Kiwi in this live stream? Ninja Kiwi, are you here? Please, fix game. Fix the game. Please, Ninja Kiwi, fix the game, please. It looks interesting.
It seems really to be that we can play together or something. Or maybe 4 players, one of the two.
Is this a cool game? Does anyone play that? It looks generally interesting. I would love to play that, I think. Brother, I am dying of water, Rock you. I am dying of water. You're overwatering me, mate. What does the sun temper do in here? What is this game? This looks good, bro. This looks cool as fuck. Wait, let me download that. 2014. Install. Okay, Liars, I have to say goodbye for you. Just for 1 minute, because I want to see if the bug still occurs when you're not there.
Yeah, I'm also trying it now. Can I get 4 players in the lobby?
Here! Drink, Rockdio, drink! Yes. Okay, please, 3 people that are watching my stream right now, please join the lobby, except Liars. We're going to play The Cabin on easy. If you join, you have lots of honor. Ehre, wer joined. I wanna try if the bug still occurs when Liars is not here. Brother! Who are you? Brother! Wait, answer me this one question. Bloons Fighter. Can you hear me? Bloons Fighter. Bloons Fighter. Hello? You can hear me? Okay. Do you play other games than BTD6? That's the simple question. Simple question? Yes or no? You play other games like Minecraft? Okay. Okay. Nah, but all jokes aside, your profile is sick as fuck. I really like your profile. Looks like you're some guy who could easily carry me in like vortex bursts. Yeah. I actually have a emote for that. Boom! Look at that emote. That's me, uncool. Just as cool as your profile picture, but profile. Profile.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom for a moment.
Okay, Rockdew, please save your points, please. I genuinely will have to go to toilet every 5 minutes if you keep going. Jay, can you text me that in my live stream chat, please? It's so good to have that in my live stream chat. The error shit. There is no fucking way that I just read about this in private and now it occurs. There's no fucking way. There is no fucking way. I hate this, man. Somebody's trying to troll me. This can't be it. This is too random. Be right back, chat. I'm also going to the toilet. Very shit. Very much shit. Ey Leute, was ist denn das? Kannst du das erklären? Komm her, setz mal da. Can you look at my game, please?
Okay.
What the fuck is this game, man? Look. I do this. Boom. You see?
Hmm?
Why is this not working?
It's apparently not on our side. It's something with the game, I guess.
And look what Rocky is doing over there. He wants me to die. Okay, you have to take over for a minute.
What?
Explain who you are.
Yeah, hello, I guess. I'm Laios, another streamer. You probably hit me in the call just earlier. And yeah, what am I supposed to do here now? Yeah, hello. Yeah. I'm not sure what I'm doing here now. Just waiting for Max to come back. Fast and right. I do have like nearly 6,000 points as well. So I could just spam her as well with it. How much points did it cost? Yeah, I could.
Which coffee do you want? I make coffee now. You can talk to Rocky. I make coffee first. Which coffee do you want?
I don't know how I had, so just chocolatino, I guess. Yeah, I guess. Okay. I don't know which others we have.
What?
I have no idea which others we have, so yeah. So yeah, Max is making coffee for us. Doing that, I'm here, and yeah.
Just getting back up.
Yeah.
Hi, dude.
don't know what to talk about right now. So, testing on my lobby. Ah, yeah, would be interesting. I have a game running as well, so I don't know how that looks. So I meant when I started that. So, in a bit, I guess I'm gonna see if that worked out. Like, it was on that mode where you just have a bunch of money at the beginning, like the easy mode, where you just press everything at the beginning, so I can just have it run. It worked when we didn't play together, so I guess it's either if it makes problems when a specific hero is in the game, when 4 people are in the game, or when 2 people from the same household, from the same WLAN play together. I'm guessing it's one of these 3. Because otherwise, I wouldn't have any idea.
I know what's the problem.
Hmm?
I know the problem.
Okay, you know?
The problem is, I suck. I genuinely suck at the game.
Yeah, me as well, but I don't think that's the problem.
That's the problem.
I don't think that's the problem.
It is the problem.
Probably not. Yeah. Guess we gotta just test out a bit. From maxi rating, it crashed again. So it's
do you want milk or sugar? Anything?
Milk and sugar.
Perfect. Do you like chocolate?
Yeah.
It's really good, right?
Yeah, it tastes very good. Yeah. Yeah, but just crashed as well. As they were happy without me as well. Then maybe when the lobby is full, maybe that is my problem, or a specific hero. That's the only ideas I could have. I don't know. Or someone has mods in the lobby, but I don't think that's it. Yeah, everyone in the lobby we played with before did make problems. I guess it's some weird bug with either 4 people in the lobby or a specific hero is there. But I don't know. Fix the COVID. Yeah. No idea how long it's gonna take. I'll just use the same hero. We could try that if that would maybe do it. It might also be something completely else, but that could be a thing. Where we're just talking about how we made fix the error. One idea was that we all use the same hero to check if it's because of one specific hero.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good idea, yeah?
Mhm. Yeah, if that doesn't work, I also don't know. Then might actually be that you can be with 4 people in the lobby. I guess we gotta see. Okay. Going over to my stream again, so goodbye.
The brofist. Huh? There is much, but the cup is very big. So it's like more volume. And I'm not gonna fill it all the way to the top. It's like way too much, right? Okay, what did you guys talk about? Liars is a good friend of mine. And I taught him to introduce himself to you. Oh, man.
And yeah, the game I just left running, that's completed, I didn't get an hour.
Is it me?
It might also be a specific hero or 4 people in the one lobby.
Oh, yeah. Join us.
I won't.
Water. Hydrate. Cheers.
Should I also start using my 6,000 points to make a hydrate?
Nein. Please, no. How big is that bottle? Yeah. Okay, guys. Here's the code. Anyone who's watching right now, you can type that in and join in. Wait, actually, I want to try it with you.
And maybe we take different heroes?
No.
Or like do it at least?
I want to try it with you, actually. Just as streamers. Let's see if it's going to work.
Yeah, mine lobby also worked before. Chimps, okay.
Chimps, yeah. Like, if we do something, then we go crazy.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, chat, cheers. Everybody get yourself some tea, coffee, cola, anything. Cheers. Prost. Let's enjoy this Sunday. Beautiful Sunday. We all love Sundays. Yeah, can I get some money?
Yeah.
I kind of want her to... Yep. Ah, shit. Okay, so we're good. Yep. Her range is going to be increased very soon, so it should be good. Actually, you can still hit. Chat, since we have a bit of cozy time right now, good conversations, I want to throw a question in the round. And I want everybody to answer this question who is currently listening to me. Come out of your lurker corner. I just want to know a little bit, okay? So my question is, which games do you play beside BTD6? Be honest and only please name games that you are actively playing, okay? I want to learn a little bit about my community. Everybody has to answer this question. And we died.
Yeah. But the arrow didn't appear.
How did we die on round 2?
We didn't really press anything. I was having my hero.
Focus up, bro. Jay, where's Jay? Jay, I know you're listening. I'm not making this up. I mean it serious. Man. VT, what is VT? Warzone? No. Wait, how did he just die?
We only had Azali out.
Okay, then please play something.
Yeah, maybe if you give me the money to get, then we could bring Oben out quick.
I have no money left.
Yeah, but when the round starts, for a bit, Azali is enough to carry.
Okay. Let's go. Let's have good communication, okay? This should be doable. 2 noobs. Is it doable? It should be doable. Guys, stop with the hydration. I'm dying. Brother, I just went to the toilet. Here, I hydrate. Wait, does it actually say something what I'm gonna drink? It doesn't say what I'm gonna drink, right? Does it say it? Sip of water. Oh my god, it's actually water, okay. Man, okay. Brother, water's boring as fuck. Okay. Yeah, let me read your answers here. So what games do you guys play? Because personally I play the people that follow me probably know. Rocket League, my favorite game of all times, most likely, yeah. Rocket League's such a banger. Are you gonna place open?
I need 700.
Rocket League is such a fucking good game. I can play it every time. Oh, such a good game. Okay, but now let me actually read your answers. I cannot scroll up. Perfect. I can't scroll up. Now I can. War Thunder. What is that? Some shooter game, right? Rainbow Six Siege. Rainbow Six Siege is actually a game that I had in the past, and I just gave it back. I never actually tried it. But I feel like Rainbow would be a game that I would enjoy, yeah. I really have that feeling. Resident Evil 1, I'm going to make a playthrough out of that. Also, guys, if you're down, we could play the co-op games together on stream, like LAN party style, on the couch, in the corridor.
Can up to do that, yeah.
How expensive is Oben?
700 RFM.
Okay. Nice. What else do we have here? Bloons Adventure Time. Bloons Adventure Time. I remember playing that. Minecraft, of course, that's like a classic. The Klassiker. Antimatter Dimensions. Yeah, no idea what that is. You gotta explain me that. I am sharing the code Delano, but right now I want to do one Chimps game with Flyers together as a duo. Nice try. Wait, Rocky, you play Rocket League? That's a banger. I highly respect that. Fortnite. Yeah. It's okay, it's okay. GTA 5 is a banger as well. And Tabs. What is Tabs, Delano?
Totally accurate battle simulator.
What?
Totally accurate battle simulator. Like, you place units
Brother.
and then...
Brother, that just came out of nowhere. How do you know that?
I have that game.
Is this some Klassiker?
Yeah, it was for some time very well known.
I'm gonna pay money for now. It's an idle game. Ah, okay. Got you. Also, very cool game to mention real quick. Bit Heroes. I think it's also idle game. What is an idle game? It's like cookie clicker, right? No.
Yeah, software you don't really need to be there.
Yeah. Okay, then
playing.
definitely Bit Heroes. I highly recommend Bit Heroes, Bloons Fighter. Very cool game. Danas showed me that one day and it got me addicted for quite a while. And now I'm kind of out of it, but I'm definitely open to trying that again. I think it's the only idle game that I ever played. Bit Heroes. Rah! I love Bit Heroes! Rah!
Someone wants to carry us to a boss event.
Yes, please. Please.
Okay.
What are you trying to get?
I'm skilling in the wizard monkey towards
Okay.
spikes.
Bro, I'm gonna place a sniper up here for camouflage detection.
Yep.
Let's see. Can 2 noob streamers finish shrimps on probably the easiest map in BTD 6? Let's find out. This is the easiest map in the whole game, no?
Yeah, probably.
I give you my heart. Okay. We already have one person saying that the easiest map is something else. What is the easiest map, guys? Now I'm gonna ask the question to everybody. Easiest map in BTD 6. Ah, it's confirmed. Okay, then Cubism for sure, yeah. Cubism. Wait, Cubism, what is that map? Let me see this real quick. Ah, yeah. I mean, yeah, I see it, yeah. Oh, that huge lane, perfect for a Juggernaut at the end. Cubism is a very, very cool map. I remember playing that. Oh, no. Bro, you're motivating me. You are kind of motivating me here. Now I'm in both of you. Now I'm in both. It sounds so right, Delano. But thank you for supporting. Thank you. Brother. Delano. Now I'm inside both of you. That's crazy. Not like I wouldn't like that. Kappa.
And the high rate started for me as well.
Yeah. Let's go. The curse goes over to the next streamer. Fucking hydration, bro. It's such a no-brainer. Why do I even have that? I'm gonna drink anyways, like... It's not like I'm not gonna drink anymore. It's such a no-brainer. Why do I have that shit?
So viewers can drown you, I guess.
What do you... Now that you mention it, they're gonna do it. So. We don't do Discord. Numbify. You can still join the Discord though. Maybe one day we do some community shit in Discord, but right now. Only the streamers. But if you want, you can definitely still carry us and chat. What's like number 1 meta tower for Vortex? Probably Crossbow Master, no? I remember spamming him on some boss. That's what Danas taught me to do. Maybe it was not Vortex, but someone else. I'm not sure right now. I skipped this song. Damn, today's a very cool stream. Thank you guys. This is the best stream I had, I think. I have. Since I started. Really fun. This is exactly what taught you lies, by the way, no? Like, if we have people in chat, this is all what makes streaming.
Yeah.
It is the best, brother. We should always go live at around 2 AM.
Yeah. We can't do that. It's near 3 already.
Oh, shit.
That's for a while. Last time we can stay up that late.
Did I already drink water, rock to you? I'm not sure. No, I did. Okay, new rule. Every time somebody does hydrate, everybody has to hydrate. I don't want to be the only person.
But you get to hydrate.
Kappa. Yeah, I did. Let's not talk about it, so, yeah. I should edit it to we. We all take a sip of water. Okay, what do I do, Elias? What do we do?
I'm also thinking right now.
You go
Thinking a monkey
for...
sub?
No, go for
Oh.
Arcane Spike.
Okay, that's gonna take a bit.
Yeah, do you do Arcane Spike? I do... Thank you for the follow, Tree and Hunter. Thank you very much. Welcome in. I do, but I don't know what to do, man. I suck at this game. Ninja. That's my first idea. Ninja. Here. I feel like you can never go wrong with a ninja.
Ja, ist alles gut.
Guys, unstable concoction, good or bad for chimps? I'm just talking chimps, not beyond chimps. Horrible? It's actually horrible? Alright. Good to know, good to know. Do I put him on strong or on first? Camo led sniper. Hey baby, I think I wanna marry you. Sniper monkey, I love you. Tree Hunter, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it, man. There's great times ahead, Tree Hunter. Tree and Hunter. Believe me or not. I've also gone through shit. Not shit like that, but also shit. There's always better times after shit. Here, water. Tree and Hunter, you wanna know something? You'll be okay, Tree and Hunter. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. Let me tell you something, bro. I don't really have many friends. I don't want to go too deep into this topic, but I'm a solo wolf in this lonely world. Should have placed an alchemist here. Hello?
Alchemist could probably be helpful, yeah.
No, let me do Blanjutsu first. You save for the thing, I save for Blanjutsu. I save for this, you save for Blanjutsu.
Okay, also, I'm saving for Arcane Spike, I mean. Arcane Spike, I save for, you mean?
Numbify, that are right words, my man. True fans would never want you to do something like that. That's correct. That is correct.
Good questions. Why are we slow?
I don't know. Good question. Yeah, you're welcome, mate.
Oh, do you have anti-camulet already?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
There should be enough for Camulet, no? This guy? I mean, look at the map, it's huge. It's iffy. What does iffy mean?
Not really good.
Then what we could do is easy fix. What about this? I understand, Tree and Hunter. I understand. I understand, my man. Or girl, I don't. But yeah, I understand. I hear you.
Oh, we kind of already committed into the Archmage path for the wizard.
I remember Archmage carrying us the win last time, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, it did that, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, many also take the bottom path, and yeah, that's I think also very good.
Okay, Camulet should be solved. Next up, we should probably go for Archmage.
Yep.
Okay, let's go. Why would somebody ban you for that? That's really, really weird in my opinion. I would not.
For that.
I would not ban you for that. You can talk about any shit in here. Should I get stronger stimulant, guys? I'm asking everybody. Stronger stimulant, yes, no? We got this, we got this, we got this, we got this. We save for Archmage. I'm not sure if it's worth the 3,000, to be honest.
So I think it's strong, but I don't really know much about it, so no.
Numbify. People faking? That's weird as well.
Yeah, that's very weird.
Yeah, let's go then. Okay, we got that. I probably want May Morp too. But now 34,000. That's a long way to go. Okay, you just keep saving for Archmage.
Okay.
If we are in danger, chat, please let us know. Then we have to act. Because now we are trying to save our money. Currently we are definitely cooked at 90s. DTs are gonna fuck us up. But I got this. I have a secret. Archmage. Archmage would be really, really good. Wait, should I get Lias, should I get my mob?
I think my mod is pretty strong, so very good. I gotta grab my bottle quick for the hydrate.
What do we gotta hydrate? Wait, it's probably me. Wait. Bro, maybe you get my shit. No. Is it actually yours? Brother, why is everybody hydrating us? Hydrating is, I have to make my shit a bit bigger. How do I do this? And that's a bit better here. Why can I not scroll it? What is this bug? Okay, May Mob. Yeah, everybody's side rating, man. Let me get this. On strong, right? Bro, he's so nice. Oh, that's satisfying. Oh. It's getting late. I gotta stay awake. Shit, I gotta stay awake. I'm making, I wanna stay awake the whole day and the whole night because my sleep schedule is completely fucked. And I got recommended that doing an all-nighter is not too bad. In that case. Beat. Brother, come inside. Don't be shy, BFB. Don't be shy. Come inside. Here. Here, your friends. Look. They look so kind. Easy. how do we do? How do we do? We're doing good. We're doing good. Today's probably the best stream I ever had since I started this Twitch channel. Like, in all honesty. You don't even know from a viewer perspective how much it means to a streamer when the streamer has people in chat. It really means the world, pretty much. Can I join? Yes, you can. Everybody can join. Code is on screen. Type in first 2 people in this case, since I'm playing with lawyers. First 2 people, there's 2 slots. First 2 people who type in code can join. And we are also kind to each other, so we like pause some games to let others play as well. I hope we do that. And right now I'm just playing with lawyers. To see if we can handle chimps. Kind of checking my skill level right now. Because normally I get carried. And now I wanna see if I can do this. How much money do we need? 14k? Oh, it's looking good, it's looking good! It's looking good! Yeah. Chat, do we get Grandmaster Ninja or Archmage? What do we get? Archmage? The game froze! Fast forward, by the way. Why are we playing slow mode? Do I have a stretch reward? That would be very useful. I don't. I just got... What? IO just got get everything monkey-wise? What? Oh, talking about monkey knowledge. I should check that out. You're right, Tree and Hunter. It's been ages since I clicked that. I probably did nothing there. We really... Somebody remind me after this. I have to check that out. Maybe there's some useful stuff like free monkeys, get money through marketplace. Where's that? It doesn't exist here. I use glaive para for bosses. Why not? It's good, it's good. Why do I not see the Paragon? Is Liar's back? Is Liar's back already? I don't have his stream open. Okay.
I'm here.
Okay.
Oh nice, just 4,000 more and I have the Archmage.
Hydrate. But that hydrate shit. That hydrate is too much. Here. Let's go! Woohoo!
That's a little bit more.
Da, 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 da. Woohoo!
And got dark make.
W. Tower.
Yeah,
A true master of magical wizardry. Attacks faster than mob class Bloons. Huge! Carry of the game. Yeah, this is easy game, no? You can lay back and enjoy. Still, what I wanna do... I wanna try this. But actually... Back or front? I don't know. I feel like it's front. Should do front. Yeah. Dude, what are those bananas? Pick up the bananas! Liars!
Yeah.
What, ja?
I did pick them up.
Alter! Die vergammeln!
They're fine.
Can I carry that game? You can carry me to round 100. We're not doing late games right now. You can carry me, you can, yeah. Like, what do you exactly mean with late game, Tree and Hunter? Do you mean to round 100? Like, what do you like, what is late game for you? 300, yeah. I don't know about that. Guys, what do you go for? Mob Shredder? White hot spikes? Or smart spikes? Wait, this has basically no use, no? Wait, accelerated production. Wait, accelerated production might be important. Yeah, this might be important, especially for, like, hitting mobs then. Lead and frozen balloons is also important for deities. Yeah, let's do top, yeah, top. Okay, I made safety in the back.
Yep.
And in
Very
front
nice.
we have some mob shredder. It's shreddering the mobs. And also we have this.
Yeah, that's good.
Yep. What I wanna do next is do I wanna buff him? Yeah, why not? Nah, actually no. Sorry, mate. I fucked up. Whatever, we do this one.
That's also nice.
It's fine. Oh wait, no, this is good, this is good. Somebody mentioned this is good. So, this is like good for around 100, no? Yeah, this is good, it's good, it's good, it's good. Let's try to buff the sniper and the boat with him. Oh. Let me try that. Okay, so basically a huge bomb. A devastating missile strike targeting a large splash damage. Alright. Gonna be a girl with a bitch in summerland. Oh. What? You gotta be careful with the mare monkey. He's like taking the buff from the alchemist now. And he's basically shit. Like, at least right now. Like, if you upgrade him, it's fine.
Yeah, I was upgrading him right now.
Let me give you money. Let's go. Yeah, now it's okay. What is that? Symphonic resonance. Is that good?
It makes everything here go in a circle around our towers.
Brother, what can I say? Perfect.
Yep.
I'm saving for another stronger stimulant for the boat.
Gonna help you then.
So that bomb is gonna do tremendous damage on the BAD. Is it somehow possible to one-tap a BAD? No, right?
I think
like one tap, like boom.
Yeah, I think that's possible. I think the Max Fish from the Beast Handler can do that.
What fish? What fish?
On the Beast Handler, the top upgrade path. When you have that in Max.
Megalodon?
Yeah.
A truly colossus shark with a taste for bloom requires 3 additional orca handlers to control. This cannot one-tap a BAD. There's no way.
I think I've seen him do that.
Megalodon, yeah? OP tower. For only 4. We're dead. Brother, it's getting close. Wait.
Oh yeah.
Slow down for a second.
Okay, but we got 195. This was 195.
If you can, give me money. I'm gonna cook something. 25k.
Oh, 27k would be the final harmonic also.
Yeah, do that.
Okay.
Quick.
Have it.
What does that do? What is the
This Elder can echo its irresistible tune anywhere. While devastating to Bloons, it can inspires nearby heroes with improved range and cooldowns, and magic monkeys extra pierce. So it also boosts the Archmage.
Wait, the call inspires nearby heroes. That's cool as fuck. Yeah, valid. Valid. Oh, we survived 95. This is a win. Yep. I think we win. This is done. It's done. Yep. It's done. It's basically done.
Yeah, that's basically done.
Mega Lodon one shots until 207. You know the exact numbers. Yeah, at round 100 we're gonna use all the abilities. Money, please. Wait, I'm gonna use it now. I'm panicking. This is too bad. I'm using the ability now. There's way too many. Wait. Another one of these. This is good against ceramic. No, fuck. Oh, we're dead. We're dead. We're actually dead. Okay, how though? How? Some random ass ceramics. 98? Oh, dude, I hate this game, bro.
I really thought we had that.
Hydrate. Nevertheless, GG's, everybody. Good try. Nice try. 98. As a noob, this is good. As a noob, it's good, bro, I think. 98 is good as a noob.
Yeah.
It's okay. Join fast. Nice tries, everybody. Nice try.
Could also do boss now.
Nice try.
Go there.
Sorry, what?
Someone also wanted to do boss.
Yeah, okay, one more no-brainer round, please, because my brain is like kind of cooked right now.
Yeah, and
I need one no-brainer round that we just do nothing. Lost crazy. Medium sounds good. No, let's do hard, but normal, please. My brain is a bit smashed right now.
Yeah, understandable.
I mean, bro, it's much to handle as a noob.
Yeah.
I hate life. Same, brother. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Who the hell is this, brother? Who is joining my stream today? What is that? Hä? What is this? He finished singing. Oh, you're not quite done with multiplayer, no? Missing 2 medals here, 2 medals here. Looking good, though. Looking good. I need to go on a little bit snow mode right now, lawyers, because it's very late here in Germany, brother, and my brain not functioning that well right now.
I can do that, yeah. A bit chilling.
How did your account get hacked? How does somebody hack your account in this game? Okay, I have to lay back, bro. I'm genuinely... Brother, I'm genuinely exhausted from that round just now.
Yeah.
So, what is this map? Is this new? Is there anyone in my chat that comes from Germany? I'm probably the only addict from Germany at this time right now, right? I lost my password and someone guessed it. Ah, rip, man. Ripperino. Welcome to the game, I hate life. Cool name, Kappa. Ah, it's decent. You guys gotta spam more hydration. I need energy right now. I'm actually a bit dizzy from that fucking logs map just now. Because when I play this game, I'm like hyper focused 24/7. Nah, brother, I am honestly a problem. Trust me or not.
To answer the question, currently I'm playing...
The ball is empty!
Batman Arkham games, and together we play The Forest. Sounds of the Forest. Yeah, that's on stream right now.
The bottle is empty. Let me drink some coffee though. Can one person in my live stream please tell me how long I'm live already? I'm collecting data from my protocol. What? Only 3 hours? Okay. I mean, yeah, I started late today. Thank you.
Have you been live for 3 hours?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
I'm already for 6.
What do you mean?
I'm 6 hours, 17 minutes.
Did my stream? Ah, you started earlier, bro. Remember?
Yeah.
You started earlier, yeah.
Mhm.
That's crazy, though, yeah. That's crazy. Oh, streaming is so... Brother, there's a reason why I'm doing content creation since 2014, brother. It is so fucking fun.
Yeah.
Believe me. Bro. I'm getting goosebumps. It's so fucking fun to have people in chat and like make community and shit. Whoever tried doing like content creation social media, you get what I mean. It's so fun. I love to like create communities to have fun together. I had a Minecraft server in the past. I had a YouTube channel in the past. 7K subs. Minecraft server. Over 2,000 people joined that server. That was such banger times. 2019 to 2021. Clash of Clans clan. Yo, if anyone plays Clash of Clans, join my clan. We gotta group up. Very successful clan. Constantly 50 members. I'm leading that. Really, really fun. If you want to join my Clash of Clans clan, Elias is co-leader in that. You can let me know and then I'll give you the clan code. I really, really love my clan. I created my Clash of Clans clan on my birthday last year. And by the way, if you want to know more about me, my projects, and connect with the community right now, I also have a Discord server. I kindly ask you to type in !Discord. Everybody is free to join that server. You can see all my projects, basically everything. And there's also a giveaway right now where you can win Steam gift card. Or Gold Pass in Clash of Clans. It's the second one right now. Highly recommend everybody to join my server. It doesn't cost anything. Highly recommend. Okay, gotta be careful. I don't want to leak anything. So, who can I welcome to my Discord server? We got so many people joining in. Who can I welcome? He's the link chat. Who can I welcome to the server? I'm also gonna show you the stuff right now. I wanna introduce you to my server. Oh yeah, I'm also having, I'm writing a manga right now, like a book, and I will release it in shops. I'm not, there are some leaks about that already. Up here, I can show you a bit about that. This is my manga, we are making, I mean, if you know what a manga is, you know what a manga is. It's a book, basically. And yeah. I got several projects. I have Twitch, YouTube, Instagram, manga, Clash of Clans clan. Soon I'll be doing music. Yeah. Join in. Why the hell not? Discord is very, very cool. The invite link is broken. Give me a minute. It should not be broken. Is it actually broken? Did it get deleted? Invites. It should work. But I can try a new code for you. Fixed it? Brother, I have 8. Okay, enough Discord advertisement. Let me do some shit. Yo, Crosser Master! Let's go!
Oh, nice.
You can have 2 of that! Super cool. Yo, thanks for the money. Who gave you the money? Sturmtiger, welcome to my Discord server. Welcome, you made it. There's nothing going on there, but I guess you can go there for like... I have a channel that says free games, so basically it posted whenever there's free games on the market. Really, really useful. And also I'm doing giveaways there. No, we're not doing voice channel, mate. Sorry, mate. I can't hydrate. My water is gone. What should I do? Should I refill the bottle? Nah, I'm gonna fill it in a minute. Let me just get some archmages. Wait, who is getting all the... Yo, player 4, I hate life! Thank you! Thank you! I hate life! Thank you very, very much! Give me a minute, I will refill the water bottle after this game. And then you guys can spare me the hell with drinking water. Until I, yeah. Bro, I can't do shit here. Let's do a helicopter. Do you have any cool upgrades from this guy? Oh, I have this guy. Is he cool? Deploys a powerful special monkey marine with a machine gun. He looks cool as fuck. Let me try this. Okay. He's deployed. Interesting. Wait, door gunner? What? Wait. That's crazy. Wait a second. Wait, so basically the mare monkey is flying with the helicopter then? And attacking from it? Let's go around 100. Let's go around 100.
Yeah, let's do that.
I wanna try this helicopter. Hey, I had life. Thanks for the money, bro. Yeah, DDT should be easy. DDT should be easy, Nubify. In the beginning, we have 2 crossbow masters. Wait, are we actually screwed? It is so chaotic, brother. What is happening? We have this guy. Guys, triple morb, shrapnel shot, or even faster firing? Can someone help me out real quick? Camo. Thanks, mate. Maybe this is gonna carry for the DTs. Hot, you have lots of money, mate. Rate my new PC specs. Oh.
GG's.
GG's. Okay, I have to film a bottle, brother.
Okay.
I'm very sorry. I have to film a bottle.
Yeah.
Apologize. Wait, let me write this PC as well. 5080 is crazy. Bro, let me read the message. Overclock? That's crazy. 3D, okay. 32 gigs of RAM is pretty good. That's what I have as well. DDR5 is good, very modern. I would say the highlight is definitely the graphics card, mate. Yo, everybody write down your PC specs while I'm gone. Be right back. I create a new match. Lager schon in fast? Yo, everybody's welcome to play, by the way. Join in. We will do boss. Yes, 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 yes. One more and then we do boss. One more shrimps.
Okay.
I forgot to fill up the bottle. Ah ja, Sturmtiger. Look. Sturmtiger. For you. 5 now. Elias is getting so spammed. Oh, this is so fun, brother. This is so fucking fun. I'm glad I only got 1 request. I'm glad. Oh yeah, I gotta drink some bit for you, Rocky, right? Let me put the bottle down. Funny done. Here. Okay, are we done? No. Don't go crazy, Rocky. Don't go crazy. I think it would be too dangerous, actually. Numbify joined. Yo, I'm gonna say hello to Numbify. Thanks for joining up, filling that last spot. You can carry us in this right now. Jay, are you still there? Jay, hello? Just checking up on you, mate. Rocky, I honestly can't do full bottle, brother. It's already, like, it's 1.5 liters. And, yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Thumbs up. Yeah. It's very big, water ball. Yo, can I have... Yo, Les.
Yeah?
Wanna drink a sip of water?
I just had 5.
Are you kidding me?
No, number 5, you use 5 at once.
Keep going, guys. Keep going. Back
Should I
life.
use my 5
No. No, if you start that, I will use mine on yours.
Oh no.
The fucking hydration curse, brother. This is what you pay for. How big is your bottle, Storm Tiger? Two liters? Not bad. One monkey village for what? Yeah, okay, I was about to make a sniper as well. He read my mind. Let's go for... Ooh, I remember this. I remember this. Was really fun tower, no? Homeland defense. Sounds very OP. What I'm gonna do, however, is this guy again. This guy again. Here, this guy. This guy plus, I believe it was. Guys, what do you go with if you buy artillery battery? Do you pick Bloom Buster or Bernie stuff? Guys. Only worth it for top long maps. And then I do this. Rock to you, can you hear the music? Nice. Then we shall go for a ninja monkey. Right in the beginning. Do this, do this. A Prince of Darkness would be super cool. Who's player 4? Yo, Nambify. Are you going to craft Prince of Darkness? Because if so, then I'm definitely down for that. I'm here to support that mission. Yeah? Nice, let's go. We burn out, away. Blanjitso. Elias, are you here?
I'm here.
What's the plan?
I guess support Prince of Darkness, and I'm going first for main mob, I think.
I'm going for artillery battery. Bombardment ability unleashes a rapid fire attack in a slightly wider area. Upgrades to 3 barrels for incredible fast attacks.
Yeah, that one's very cool.
7k. Oh, and also upgrade, the big one. Devastating explosions pop 10 layers, increases Bernie stuff. Ah, Increases Barney stuff. Okay. Really cool. Oh, what is happening back there? What is player 3 doing? Somebody stop him.
Maybe he goes for...
What do you mean?
Fan club.
Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah, why not? What's the plan, Sturmtiger?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Ah, I get it, okay. Okay. So, about to have 7k, guys. Going for that thing here. Hello. Who's playing with me? We have Liars, we have Sturmtiger and Numbify. Really cool people. Yes, Numbify, I am here. What do you want? Yo!
Now if I want money.
What do you mean you want money, brother? I gotta make content. I am the live streamer. I got you though. After my artillery battery. I need 30k, please donate. Shut the fuck up, mate. What do you mean 30k? I can give you 100. There you go. Let's put him to the top for now. Look at that guy, cool as fuck. Cool as fuck monkey. $100k kommt sofort. How are you guys? Are you tired?
It's still fine.
Actually, same.
We're probably gonna get tired around 5.
I honestly think we will be extremely... I mean, I have done several 24-hour themes and shit. This is not a 24-hour theme, by the way, but I have done several. And from experience, I got tired at like 10 a.m. For like 2 hours. Extremely tired. I'm like dying. You know?
Yeah.
And then, after 2 hours, everything is fine again.
Okay.
What I think happens is you get like used to it. It's like emergency situation. I don't know what your body does, but it works out after 2 hours again.
Yeah.
If I go to sleep right now, I think we can't go on vacation.
Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. We need to do that now.
Okay, chat. Everybody who's listening right now, I wanna do a little chat check. Chat check means everybody types in a number that I say. And yeah. The number is 44. Everybody who's here, come out of your dark corners, come out of the caves, say hello. Type in number 44. I wanna see what humans are watching my goofy ass noob gameplay. We have Rocky, we have Liar's Light, we have Jay, we have Sturmtiger videos. Yo. Peace to you guys, peace to you.
got a bit far, give player for money, so I can get the Prince of Darkness.
Sorry, who?
Player for number 5. Okay, we got it.
Let's go. Mobs, GG's. I love this tower. What does this number mean here? These are pops, but what is that? It goes down, it goes up. Okay. Okay. What do we go for? We got the major upgrade now. We got the carry in the game. Now we can do freestyle shit. Desperado. Take aim ability. Target monkey gains improved range, accuracy, and counter detection. Desperado gains a long range rifle to use against distant targets. Rifle shots excel against fortified targets and can pop lead balloons. I wanna try that. Is that good? What do you combine that? Yo, is there anyone who's experienced with Desperado? He's like super new hero. Like, what do I go with that eye? Attacks faster the feather balloons. Okay, yeah. Attacks faster the feather balloons. A Wanderer works best alone. Desperado attacks much faster, but less so when more monkeys on each weapon's range attacks range. Range when this or lost, get temporary range and attack speed. Oh, this is not good for chimps, I feel like. Like, if lives are lost, it's not gonna happen because we're dead right away. Let me go top then. Player 1. Okay, but why do you only ask me?
He asked everyone.
Why player 1?
He also asked me already directly.
Here, give me money. I wanna upgrade Desperado. Oh, I genuinely can't. I'm locked. I can do a small donation. Oh wait, you're done, right?
Oh, the Desperado isn't placed very ideally. If the balloons come into his inner circle there, which is to his pistol.
Bro, he has 10k pops already. Look at Desperado.
Oh yeah?
What?
He would have probably more placed a bit from the beginning away.
Wait. I just placed him like a few seconds ago. He got 13k compared to Azadi 47k. What?
That is very good. I also have used that.
Need more. Need XP, brother. Need XP.
Yeah. Though you need to look when they get to his inner circle, he switches to his pistol, which is weaker. So they often does that.
Ah, gotcha. I spammed Desperados in the beginning. Several different ones. To get that juicy XP.
I like mostly the Dead Eye. It's my favorite from this.
Big Iron. What is Big Iron? Upgrades pistol to a 6-shot revolver. Attacks even faster. The fewer balloons are in range. Twin 6s. Gains twin higher damage revolvers. Let's go. Let me save for that 6k. Do we win, chat?
Looks like it.
What are those? Damn! Very cool engine monkey on a tree. Look at him. Look at his sentries.
Oh yeah. Very cool.
Oh shit, we dead. What is this ability? Okay.
Oh, that was scary.
I got some ability. What is that eye ability? Target my... Ah, what? Wait, I can target a monkey and the monkey gets better?
Yeah, you can use the ability to boost one monkey for a few seconds.
Oh, lol, this is...
Oh, this.
GG's. GG's. Oh, brother.
Yeah.
Okay, I promise to play boss, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do boss. I'm not really feeling like it, but... Yeah, number 5, we can do boss now. Number 5, please join.
I can't just press on join and wait, but I need to type in the code.
Jay, I need help. Do we do ranked or unranked? Number 5. Is ranked any different? No. Before we do ranked, what is the difference between ranked and unranked? I mean, if it's just ranked, like the meaning of it, getting ranked on some leaderboard, then I don't give a fuck. Why not? Oh, okay. Then, yeah, we can do non-ranked then. Not before. Why you leaving? Stay in, brother. Let me follow you as well. Yeah, are you guys ready? Sturmtiger.
He was probably bad for heroes, for bosses, I think.
Yeah, let's get a good one for you. Which heroes do you have, bro?
Quincy, Gwendolyn, Striker Jones, Oben, Benjamin, and Adora.
Yeah, I don't know what you should pick. Adora might be good.
Yup.
How do I give you mid? That'll be fine.
Don't place anything in water.
Okay, easy. Elite doesn't work. Okay, are we ready? We got Azli, we got Benjamin, Adora, and Geraldo. Yeah, I can leave the middle of map. Easy. Turn off auto start. Yeah, we can do that as well.
Mhm.
Everybody turn off auto start. This is really strategic game mode here.
It's off for me.
What's a good placement for SD? I feel like this is a good placement here. Like center here. Oh my god. Chat, is this a good placement? I really don't want to mess this up. Let's go. Don't place anything in the center, right? Somebody place a watermelon eater here. Wait, remove? Should I remove the water? Oh, it doesn't work. Interesting. I really want to know what Nubify is doing here. He's doing crazy money shit. You take the money, bro. Take your money. Please carry. Right, with center you mean this. And Nubify, with center you mean only the water place, right? Ah, okay, he can't use chat.
Yeah, he said he only has one monitor, so he can't type in chat.
Jay, I wanted to ask you if you have any tips on like being a bit dead. Like it's like 4 AM, you know? My thinking is a bit slow. Do you have any tips about that? Is coffee good again for that? GG! Yeah, sure. We see if that's a GG. You only have money, you know? We need defense. And I mean, I'm not tired at all, but I'm a bit slow in my thinking process. I feel a bit drunk. In GTA roleplay, of course. Even though I'm not drunk. You probably know what I'm talking about. We have all done this. Wait, what is this? 2x cash? Wait, attacks faster. Attacks faster and generates lots of money per round. Monkeys and radis have increased sell value. Ah, okay. Wait a second. Nah, okay. Sturmtiger, why? GG's, mate. GG's. Don't wanna remove you, but I have to. Feeling like you're high as fuck. Yeah, basically. I don't know what it feels like, but I assume it's something that I'm feeling right now. So, you don't know any fix about to fix that? I probably should not place shit under my face cam. That's a bad decision there. I think we're all tired. I mean, I don't know where you guys camp from. I don't know what time is it for you. So it's hard to tell. UK, nice. Shoutouts to UK.
I'm gonna be on trial for a moment.
Shout out to UK from Germany. 1 hour is like, yeah. I'm not sure what your plan is, but my plan is to do an all-nighter. And we see what the night brings. We see how it goes. What is happening here? Rubber to gold. Converts all balloons perpetually into gold, disabling balloon immunity and getting more cash per pop from affected balloons. Brother's really cooking up. And Numpify, I have the feeling you know exactly what you're doing. You could play the game while you are asleep. Why 3 alchemists? You have to explain me that one. You have to explain that. I am genuinely confused. Explain. I only have 1 monitor, right? I hope I can support a little bit with my snipers up here. First, yeah. Let's... Wait, no. Strong. All is fine. So that means I can just lay back, Nabify, and sleep on stream? Alright. I enjoy the movie. Ah, my feet. Ah, why do I sit like... Ah. Ooh. Wait, slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down. Woohoo! Let's go! Or he keeps going further back and back. And back and back and back.
I'm back, by the way.
Welcome back. Looking good, no?
Yeah, very good. They was nearly dead. Like the first star.
We did it! We did it! We finished the game!
Well, that's the first star of the boss. Oh yeah, that's going very well.
Brother, 50 cash. I'm officially rich. Rich, BTD6 Gamer. Okay, Trade Empire. Who is this? Generates more cash per round and increases cash earned by up to 20 order number of measurement. Okay, damn. Main mob. Main mob. Yo, welcome back. Let's ride cranes for fun. I forgot what your in-game name was, but welcome back, mate. Glad you got some good snacks. Enjoy the stream, man.
I guess I'm gonna go for a helicopter. Actually, it doesn't make sense on this map. I just noticed.
Do I put main mobs on strong or first? Oh. He's a shrapnel main mob. Feel like first. And this guy probably strong. Also first, no? I feel like main mob you wanna go first. I heard from you. Jay, are you doing an all-nighter as well? Maybe. What? Where's the subs? Where's the subs? Huh? What? Huh? Where are the subs? Yo, why I'm stuck with this?
Wait, they're really just not there. Sometimes that's not possible here.
Yeah, freeze fine. How do you get 4 on there? That's crazy. Let me use some money as well. Let's try this. Oh, sorry, mate. I accidentally pressed ready. Like, how are you feeling, Jay? It should be way later on your country, no? Yeah, slow down, guys. Slow down a bit. There's no way. Numbify. Bruh. Here. Yeah. GG's, mate.
GG's.
We can try later again. Nice try, mate. Nice try. This is the real bra emote here. Thanks for trying. Thanks for showing me a very amazing setup, Numbify. I really love that Glue Gunner plus Alchemist combo there. Really interesting. Yo guys, if anyone wants to join, here's the code. We're gonna grind some medals together. We can do public as well. Next up we have hard mode on 1, 2, 3. Pilpy and Ice Master. Question: Why are there different boards saying primary, magic, military, and support on this map?
There where these things are, these monkeys get buffs. You can see the trees, and they disappear. They get buffs there.
Ah, okay. That's special.
Mhm.
Wait, so Desperado? Ah, cool. Ah, okay. Interesting. Everybody's waiting to play someone there. I know that already. I know it's so bad. Let me guess. This is gonna get filled in 1 second. Huh? Okay, one more. Oh, you can't put magic in there? Shit. Okay, then here. Wait, no, 13 should work. 13 should work. 13 should work. Let's do this, though. No? Yeah. No, Desperado. Desperado. Nobody's home. Why is this thing not getting removed? Level 7 already. The confusion. Why is this? Wait, why is the first tree not getting removed? It says 7.
Just takes a bit, I think, till the next one gets removed.
We are already at round 7.
Yes. No, it's not at that round. This is just the order in which they get removed.
Okay.
Now it's gone.
Hydration death. Lost in the sun. Oh. Well, the game is fixed, by the way. No more errors.
Yeah, doesn't happen anymore. No idea what it was.
Very, very interesting. Hey, yo, Numpify. Thanks for playing, and good night from me as well. Good night, good night.
By the way, which game mode are you playing right now? Which game mode are you playing? I didn't pay attention at the beginning.
We are playing standard hard mode.
Okay.
Ice Master and Philpy. Do some emote if you can hear me. I think you're playing with 2 randoms, by the way. It's also fun, it's also fun.
Oh, it's also good.
At least the lobbies are full.
Mm-hmm.
That's the main thing.
At 4:30 a.m. Then there are plenty of people.
I'm pretty sure we're the only one in Germany playing this game right now.
Probably, yeah.
We are only the addicts are left.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, if we keep going with BT 6, like, I mean, like, if we keep streaming this game, like, every single stream, it's not a main game of mine, by the way. It's an actual occasional game for me. But it's becoming a main game. It's really fun. My main goal is to get all the medals, try tactics, everything with people. It's really, really fun community game. And if we keep going like this, I might become addicted.
Oh, it's a very cool game.
Addictions are never good, no?
Yeah. Sometimes they happen.
Brother.
Gotta live with it.
We're playing at 4 a.m. This is...
Okay, but that's an exception because we need to fix our sleep schedule.
Yeah, right. Hydrate, Laios! From now on, you always have to hydrate when I get hydration.
Nah, I'm not living you how I had 5 highlights.
Yes,
Really bad.
What do you mean 5? I have over 50 already this live stream!
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what happened in your stream. And I don't want to hydrate 50 times.
I wish to have 5 only. That's easy. Like, I'm actually getting drowned.
Hmm.
Or you said something that Dead Eye is not good close range?
That eye, no, you see 2 circles there. The one darker in the middle. In that circle, he uses his revolver, which is weaker.
Ah. Okay, yeah, I see. Player free? Thank you. It's a rare occasion to get donations from people that join randomly. Thank you, Ice Master. My man. For this guy, I go for aircraft carrier and oh, what was it again? We don't need DDTs. Yeah, this is fine. Camo. Wait, no. Lead balloons. Do you get DDTs before around 80?
No, 90 SDTs.
Yeah, whatever. Should you go for a Paragon or go Boomerang? Brother, up to you. Whatever you like. You mean this guy, right? Why the hell not? Okay. Also valid. I don't have him, that's a thing. I don't know how he looks like. Good luck, I eat crayons. I honestly think we should try new shrimps. More shrimps.
What did you say?
I have a small shrimps addiction.
Okay, we can do more shrimps.
It's really good dopamine actually. Because there you have to like super hardcore hyper focus. This is kind of this is chill, don't get me wrong, brother. But shrimps is like more adrenaline.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's try shrimps vlogs again.
Okay.
It has to happen, brother. We need that fucking medal.
We can absolutely do that.
Maybe Jay, can you carry us? Jay. Oh, but it's 5 AM here in Germany. I'm falling asleep. Oh. This is the best activity to do at 24-hour.
What?
Doing community games is really, really good thing.
Yeah. I'm noticing I'm getting tired slowly.
Wait, you're getting tired?
Yeah.
Damn. It's time for strength 10 coffee. Or strength 12 probably.
Hate them.
At this time it's not about taste, bro. I think it's about being awake.
Yeah. I guess we gotta do that.
I'm still good. I'm still good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna drink my favorite if we ever drink if I ever drink more.
And I got monkey knowledge. Why do I have to put that?
Please join in fast. Wait, you're right. Chad, I said to remind me. Oh, I have 70 monkey knowledge. Why do I not
17? I only have 1.
Why do I suck at this game? Okay, guys, what do you do? What do I do? It's gonna take ages to pick.
Okay, I found one I want already.
I don't use a ring.
Oh, fairing is cool. I used it much in the past.
This is cool. Oh, I don't need all of this though. Nah, I think I'm done with that.
I'm going to
no. Hydration? Sure. Who's Sun Avatar? Who's that?
Magic knowledge.
Yeah.
That's the sun. You don't have that?
I have no idea who that is.
That's the top path super monkey. And when you go down that path, there can only be one. You need that upgrade for Dark Sun God.
Yeah, I get that. Heart of Oak cost reduced by 100. I sometimes use that, so why not, no?
Yep.
Wait, Ultra Vision allows super monkeys to see through and fire through blocking objects. Yeah. What is there can only be one?
There can only be one. Then you need that to make the Dark Sun God.
Are we ever gonna make that?
Maybe. It's quite cool to have that, but I don't know. But I just have I don't want to do it.
Good one. Oh, shit. 1000 cash. Nah, I'm not doing that. What is this? Ooh. +1 damage. Is that worth it? It probably also costs money, no? Yeah, no. I have 12 left. If anyone knows what I should do, let me know, please. More mine does more damage? Nah, I'm not doing that. Road spike.
Yeah, I have 0 points into power because I never use powers.
This is nice. This is nice. This is... Mob glue slows more than normal? That's very cool.
I would go for more cash if... Because
where?
The bottom upgrade in primary. Because that start with more cash.
Yeah, I'm doing that. You have that as well?
Yeah.
Is that shared or is it only per person?
No idea.
Yeah, I need money.
Oh.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, we get that. What was the song? Oh, this is huge. Bro, deadly tranquility is huge.
Where's that?
Blanjutsu and Grandmaster Ninja get an extra shuriken per throw.
Oh, yeah.
That is huge.
That's very good.
It's one of the best things I've read.
That's very interesting, yeah. Might get away for that as well in the future.
What is road spike, Piles?
That's a power you can use, like you can buy with money and put them somewhere.
Oh, more mana does more damage per hit. Yes.
Oh, that's extremely good. Gonna get that soon as well.
Is there anything else I should do? Maybe for some long... Oh, wait. Can I afford that?
Oh, you don't have that upgrade?
Sadly not.
Oh, that's super
but
important.
It's shared, it's shared.
Yeah, that's I think the first I went for.
Wait. Activated ability unlocks locked darting gunners and boosts their swivel speed for a short time. Why the hell not? Hydra Rocket Storm stuns damage balloons for a short time. Why the hell not? Let me just spin off that. One more. What do we pick? Dragon's Breath Flame, projectiles, moves faster. Yeah, that's what I just did. Cool thing. We done. We did it. I'm officially poor.
Yeah, I still have 10,000.
Can you give me some?
I don't think that's possible.
Please?
I don't think that works like that.
Ah, man. Okay. Join. Next up on the menu. Logs. We are missing one, No. What am I missing here? I think we have magic monkeys and we should have alternate Bloons rounds. Let's do half... Should we have... Let's try that one. We got Chef's Walks, Swags. If there's anyone watching right now who wants to join, feel free to join up. Anyone is welcome. Max! Come on, Max. Did he just leave because I made that split?
Possibly.
Doug. Yeah, you're joining, mate. You're joining. Oh, we already... I just noticed, I think I already have Impossible. It's whatever. I think Impossible is that one medal on the right side.
Yeah, that's the big one.
Yeah, fuck, whatever. Let's do this.
Oh.
Somebody left. Dog.
Oh, duck is gone.
Juggernaut plus very quick shots or enhanced eyesight. Yeah, I should get that. Let's go for mid. I'm going to make a Juggernaut very quick shots. So I will need a Monkey Tower next to it with radar scanner. That's my plan.
Okay. Oh, plan, I guess.
And also auto sword can go on. Yes.
I'm just gonna save for my hero for now.
Oh, it's a Yu-Gi-Oh song. Did you watch Yu-Gi-Oh?
Not complete, but much of it.
I love the Yu-Gi-Oh! The movie. What? Official movie soundtrack. I love the soundtracks.
Yeah, that's very good.
We should watch Men in Black 2.
Yeah, absolutely. We can do that soon.
Wait, did we not watch that?
Wait, did we watch? No, we didn't watch 2 yet, I think. You played skate instead of watching it.
I mean, Skate is good, brother.
Yeah, it is.
I tried to install Skate on Steam, but it just doesn't work for me. I have to fix it somehow.
Okay.
It's like a no-brainer game. Like, you lay back and just skate around.
Yeah, can be very relaxing.
Yeah. Just like GTA 5, driving around with the car and doing nothing, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Just relaxing, yeah.
Yo.
Where are your heroes, guys?
Mine costs over 1,000, so it takes time.
Gotcha, buddy. Not sure how much you need, but should be. Oh wait, no. If you have that guy, he's expensive as fuck as well. Chrissy should be cheap though. You got that guy. Cool guy. Artillery command also gives double damage and pops per shot to all bomb shooters and mortar monkeys. Let's remember that for the late games. Or he might actually reach. Does he? Ah, bomb shooters and mortar monkeys. Okay. You know what? Let's make a bomb shooter then. Let's really take advantage of his buffs. Let's try to take advantage of Striker Jones' buffs.
What's buffs?
Like level 4 example. All bomb shooters and mortar monkeys on screen shoot 10% faster.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
And also, 8 towers near the hero get +5 range and +25% pierce.
That's awesome, you know?
And level 18. All bomb shooters and mortar monkeys attack an additional 10% faster.
Oh, very strong.
And level 20. Artillery command also gives double damage and pops per shot to all bomb shooters and mortar monkeys for 10 seconds.
Oh, we're probably not gonna reach 20, but yeah, it's very good.
Yeah. So I definitely wanna place on a bomb shooter.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why the hell not? Does Acid do anything to, like, others? The totem. Nah, she doesn't. Just a totem.
Dora does also nothing.
Really?
Yeah,
Like,
just
nothing?
Yeah, Dora's only damage.
Damn. Yeah, we're going for a monkey village up here, right? So we don't need the camo detection on him. Yeah. Yep.
We're actually gonna place that, so I can plan where to place my stuff.
Wait a second, what?
Where you can place that monkey village, so I can plan where to place my things.
I'm gonna place it right now, wait a second. Placed. Placed. Don't ask where I got the money from.
Okay.
But we should probably hop into some of the fries too, no?
We should do that.
Maybe soon.
Mm-hmm.
Jay, are you still here? For some reason, I'm starting to get high Jay, what are you doing? Like, you also, like, kind of sleep deprived. You're not actually getting high. Don't get high, girl. We're still here, you gotta focus up. If you want, we can both go for a coffee.
Is there a reason we aren't slow?
No? We
I
can go
guess we can
fast.
No.
If you want, we can go for a coffee run. Jay. I feel. I see it. I see it now. Here you go, bigger radius. Yeah, we need camo detection.
Yeah.
2.4K. As it is really fucked up there. I thought they're probably gonna go here still, right? To like Azadi.
They're probably gonna reach her later.
Ah, nice. She's like popping the karma balloons.
Yeah.
One donation, please. Only one. Thanks. Ooh.
Oh, the submarine is just barely out of range.
What do you mean?
The submarine is barely out of range of the village.
Ah, shit. Bagger. Wait, this is like daily business for you, right? Jay? Like this time around, you like usually awake? I'll be going for the Juggernaut, should I?
It's probably good. Yeah, I think, yeah.
Let's go. Next up, I go for Jungle Drum, so everybody is faster.
Yo, that's good. I'm going for Moab Assassin.
Who's that?
Moab Mauler, next one on the bomb shooter.
Oh,
Oh, got it.
nice. Got Jungle Drums. Next up, going for... You guys should upgrade your Dark Monkeys. To like, maybe like some sharpshooter. That'd be good.
Mm-hmm. Do you go top or middle path when you go sharpshooter?
Huh?
When you have sharpshooter, do you go top or middle path for the two upgrades?
Top. Because sharpshooters are already fast.
Okay, yeah.
And Crosser Master is extremely fast.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, 33 person is probably still super OP on Crosser Master. But I feel like it's both good, honestly.
Yeah, okay. Player 4 says no.
I don't know where he says no. I said so much things in the past minute.
I have no idea.
Oh, he's going for a very quick shot.
Mm-hmm. Then that might be better. I don't know.
Yeah. It's pretty much like speed versus like a bit more popping power, right?
Yeah.
And speed probably equals it somehow. Well, and I guess it's a tiny bit better than, yeah. Speed. I'm saving for Monkey Intelligence Burial.
Okay.
Because then these guys should have Camulet. This, everything is, yeah. It's good. Thank you, mate. It got every tower in range except the sub.
Yeah. I'm gonna go for Bounty Hunter next.
I go for Summon Phoenix.
Oh, that's cool.
Crap, I forgot. We don't need Monkey Sense on him. No, right? Yes, no. Behind cover doesn't matter. Magic shots last longer. I go for that one. Yep. Ah yes, what a fire. Put it right to the front. There you go. Usually you don't get tired around this time. Hey, Shabbat J. It's like 7 AM for you, no? What do you mean you don't get tired? I mean, if a sleep schedule is fixed, then I would be tired around this time, yeah. But my sleep schedule got extremely scuffed after my last exams. And also, what also contributed, I mentioned it before, my new security job. Because that also goes like to very late times. Also, guys, if you wanna see all my projects, Twitch is not the only thing I'm doing. I'm writing a manga with 2 others. I'm leading a Clash of Clans clan. I have a YouTube channel. I have this and that, and blah blah blah. And also many future projects. Like I'm gonna do another Minecraft server for everybody. That was very very fun back in the days. That was probably one of my peak times in social media. Peak was 2017 to 2019 when I had our YouTube channel. Yeah, but join a Discord server. I also have giveaways there. Currently hosting my second giveaway. This time you can also win. You can actually decide if you want to get the Steam gift card or in Clash of Clans a gold pass. And there's also a chance to triple the price. If you want to know more about that and also connect to the others of the community, then I highly recommend joining the Discord server. Because why the hell not? Why the hell not? Discord is a thing probably everybody has Discord. Would you agree to me, Liars, that everybody has Discord? Pretty much everybody.
Yeah, mostly everybody, yeah.
It's like a norm in the gaming industry, no?
Yeah.
Yes, even Rock agrees. No. You said yes. You said yes. I'm saving for Summon Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
20 seconds, super high power. Let's go. Really fun. Really, really fun guy.
Oh, the Wizard Lord Phoenix is super awesome.
Well,
Yeah, we need to make it
60k maybe? Maybe?
This guy, no, no.
No.
We need many farms for that.
Yeah.
Technically, my bounty hunter does make money, but not much.
Let's get Banjutsu here. I'm gonna give you all the money you need for that.
Which one?
No, I'm talking about Roku.
Ah, okay.
Let's go. I wanna try something real quick. Open YouTube. Jay, did you see this already? Did I show you that? I've set up some piano shit on my live stream. I really hope the game is not going to crash. That happened several times when I do this. Please don't crash, please don't crash. Good. Yeah, you can see me on piano, no? Jay, are you there? Hello? Wait, you cannot hear the piano though.
I'm going for Mob Eliminator right now.
I'm trying to set up the piano thing. Why is it not working? Now it's working. Can you see the piano thing? Thingy-magic. Nice.
I just need 1,000 more. Then I can get the Mob Eliminator. Got it.
Please don't die. Hello, IE Crayons for fun. Welcome back, mate. Sorry, I was playing some piano here. I am playing some piano here. IE Crayons for fun. Can you hear this? We died!
98 is really dangerous.
Okay, brother, how did he die?
Round 98 is apparently very dangerous.
Ah,
I don't know.
shit. Okay. Nice try.
I think that one is more dangerous than 100.
Yeah. Hey, rocked you. Thanks for the games. And see you soon. Brother, I had 16k, I was playing piano. Nobody got mad at me. Nobody got mad at me. Yeah, GG's. Home.
This.
Wait, you went for snipers? What map are you playing?
I am going to try for a moment.
Yeah, I'm done with piano. Chat, I honestly don't know what I should do right now. It's really, really late. I'm not gonna sleep anyways. I feel like I will jump into some The Forest 2. You know what? I'm gonna be right back. That's the plan. I said nothing. We see what we do when I'm back. So yeah, enjoy the music. 5-minute break, okay? It's really late. Need a short break. Thanks for the games. If we don't see each other again, drop a follow as well. And yeah, I'm back in 5 minutes. Be back. I done a regrow Camo 45 ceramic balloon. Very, very sad, man. That sucks. Are you gonna try again? it been enough, my brother. Because it been enough. Yep. Let me just make myself a coffee real quick and then I'm back. Where's my cup? Double cheeseburger. Double. Okay? Double meat, double cheese, only in Ukraine. And only burger sauce. And the burn with a more way of my head. Oh, my back. Holy moly. Guys, I think it's been enough. It's been enough. Is there anyone who still wants to play? I think I'm done for today with BT6. Kranz is ready for co-op, brother. It really been much, brother. I'm actually gonna hop into the forest too. But we still have some time actually, yeah. Lars is making a bit of food right now in real life. We can do like 1 or 2 games, yeah. But nothing crazy, crayons. Just you and I then. Here, join in, bro. Actually, anyone join in. I still have some time. Apex Novice. Liars! Liars! If you want, you can restream my stream. Okay. Oh. That's bad. Yeah. Wait, what level are you, crayons? Okay, yeah, we're gonna do some. Let's do some chill stuff, right? Let's try some new maps. This looks cool. I already tried that. What is that? Let's try this out. I will just mute the music. Yo. Okay, Lars is going to restream my stream right now because he's making food. So no music for now, chat. He's like also streaming on YouTube. We don't want to get into any copyright issues, right? Player, Calm, and Apex. Hello, everybody. Let's get straight into it. Castle Revenge. Why do I feel like this is the same guy? Level 9, 39, 38, 38. Cryon. Do we have 3 accounts, my friend? I mean, there's no rule against that. I accept that, I'm just asking. That must be you, right? So how does this map work? They go in like this? How does this work? Okay. Yeah, you know what? Let's put Ezzy right there. Why do you put them? If they go like this? Yeah, why not? Let's see. Any special thing you wanna do? I eat. Lol, same time. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Let's do some chill gameplay, no music. Lars is making burgers right now in real life. I will, in the future streams, I will have a kitchen camera. And also different POVs. Looking forward to do all that shit. Going to do amazing cooking streams when we are like taking a break and shit like that. Now I'm gonna stay here because some guy has to stay for the content, obviously. But in future we're going to be both making food and coffees and everything. To yeah, really authentic live stream then. Super fun, super cool, no? Let's have 2 dark monkeys here. Jason! How you doing, mate? Welcome back. You good, mate? I'm a bit high right now because I've been live very long time and I'm not sleeping tonight. So don't judge, okay? Don't judge. There was a lot of action today in this live stream. Best live stream since I created this channel. Why are you not sleeping? Good question. Basically, I'm trying to do a 24-hour stay awake. Not a 24-hour stream, don't get me wrong. Just stay awake 24 hours. To fix my sleep schedule. Somebody recommended me that. In particular, Jay. And she said, if you stay up like 24 hours, you can somehow fix your sleep schedule. And I really have to do that. My sleep schedule is so fucking cooked. I have to fix that. You didn't recommend shit. Of course you did not. Get the coffee brewing. You cannot see it, but here you fucking go. Oh, it's actually pretty chill without music. Not gonna lie. Streamer sketchy. I'm a really sketchy streamer. I don't believe you guys. Oh, thank you. I can definitely play fast mode. Oh, no music, actually chill. Ooh, this is good. Jay, I highly recommend. Like, if you listen to music all day, sometimes turn it off. Like, especially when you do like crazy shit like this. You try to stay awake and shit like that. You may think that all-time music is good, but having it off for a few minutes is actual good thing. Kinda soothes your mind. Just see the balloons pop. Oh. What do you mean, where's Liars? I'm in his live stream, no? He's like restreaming me. Shout out to Liars viewers. He's making some burgers right now for us. And then we are probably going to hop into Sons of the Forest. That's a different game. What do we have here? Let's try this guy again. He's fun. Nah, actually no. Sniper's cool. I'll join you, buddy. Player 1? Huh? Why do I have open? Wait. Every 80 seconds create a totem that slows all balloons near the totem by 30% as effective with more class balloons. Yeah, sounds good. Very cool, very nice. Very nice. Liars ain't talking, super sketchy. Biggest scammer. Liars! You are a scammer. You are a scammer, mate. Because you are a scammer. Nah, just kidding, mate. Just kidding. How's the burgers doing? I'm doing content here. Next time we will have a kitchen camera. That's planned. And then you can just always restream. Jay, Liars? What did I say, Jay? Jay, you're infecting me. Liars, come here, brother. Come in my camera, please. And kiss me.
No. No.
Here's the shy guy. This is so slow. I have to fast forward that. Now he wants someone to blame if something goes wrong. Jay, you told me that I should stay awake 24 hours so I can fix my sleep schedule. Jay, explain yourself. Ah, shit, I don't have anything here. Wanted to go for, what is that? I think this. Yeah. Super cool tower. Very, very cool tower. Let's go for Ninja here. Why the hell not? Ninja is cool. We all love ninjas, don't we? My dear tryhards. Do we have any tryhards in chat? I really noticed today that there's actually a lot of pros in this game. People joining chat, I check out the profiles and they have all the medals possible. Crazy. Also like top 10 global and local and shit like that. There's really good players out there. For example, Jason. And Apex. Really high tier end bosses. And also this guy. What is his placement? Cool placement, buddy. We noobs. I had to break it to you. But I'm a fucking noob. Well, I am veteran level 1. Apparently, I don't know how, but I am. But I suck, brother. I suck. And we need more lead. Now we good, right? We good. Yeah, we good. Bouncing bullet. Shot bounces and literally up to 2 times. Interesting. All I said was worst case scenario. I didn't let that be the first thing you try. Jay, you know what my reaction to that? Here. Eat that. Eat that emoji. What country are you from? I'm from Germany. What about you? I'm from the good old Germany. It's 5:30 AM. What the fuck am I doing on a Saturday night? Trying to fix my sleep schedule, huh? from USA. Shout out to USA. USA and Germany. BTD 6 gamers unite. Wait, Churchill buffs him? What does he get? What should I go for, Jason? Ah, it's Ed. Oops. Are you back, Jason? That should be done. Yeah. I like my burgers very juicy. Cheeseburger, cheese, tomatoes, onion. And also, I forgot one. I wanted to tell you something. Fuck. I forgot. Yeah, basically, yeah. That's well put. Well put. Sharpshooter, there we go. Where are we? Slow mode. Apex. I'm trying to squeeze more games in before the burgers are done. Stop going slow mode. Hey, Jason, I forgot to ask you, what games do you play next to BT6? No. Lars is not in game. He's being the chef right now. He's cooking up. What is that ability? Who the hell is Oben, by the way? How does he work? Brambles. Creates a spiked bush on a track that can pop 50 balloons. There's multiple rounds if not destroyed. Interesting. Does sound good. Probably not gonna buy him though. I'm too addicted to Azudi. I would probably never say goodbye to her. She's my love. She's my everything. If you agree, then let me know. So Churchill buffs him. What about other? Why is he not buffing him? Bomb shooter. She is Jason. Very nice. Delicious. Is Lars a good chef? From what I have seen so far, yes, definitely. Also, Jay, I noticed that you're still there. Are you actually doing an all-nighter? Or is this just casual for you? You never know. You never know others' sleep schedules. Mine is usually 12 AM, I go bed. That's it. Because of uni and shit like that. Now I don't have uni. Usually 0 is the maximum. Then I go bed. Well, usually stream schedule is also 18 to 0, something like that. And not fucking 0 to 6. Are we winning? I don't really think anything special of America, Jason. But if you talk like Germany, like in politics, then I think our president or whatever you call him, he's good, if you say. He's Gucci. Yeah. One more round. For the final round, we use the totem and Brambus. Let's do this. Let's get ready to use the Brambus. Totem, totem, Brambus. Let's go. Come on, shoot! The totem is up! Oh my fucking goodness. The totem is up. 1 second. I come to the kitchen. Oh yeah! Let's fucking go! Apex! GG's, my man! GG's, Apex! If you can see this, GG's! Very, very hard map. Okay, but now that should be it for BTA 6. I'm gonna go eat now. Oh! 2-0-0. Close. 0-2-1. Okay. Good. Alright. Yo, everybody. Thanks for the games. Was really, really fun. Food is done right now. I'm gonna go eat real quick with Flyers together. Have some private me time. And after that, we'll hop into some other game, probably The Forest 2. Thanks to everybody that are gonna go right now. See you next time. And to the others, I'll be back in like 5 minutes. American. Nah, Jay is definitely not an American. Yo, are Ukrainians for fun? See you next time, buddy. Alright, guys. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm just gonna quickly show the burger on stream. Jay, how much do you want to eat this right now? Jay, be honest. Jay. Okay, be right back. Double cheeseburger, yeah, baby. I need energy. Hey guys, also drop a follow to not miss any future BTD6 streams. Thank you very much. I'm coming. Wait, is Liar still streaming me? Damn, looks good. It was good. I hope that gave me some energy, and now I can hop into... Do I want to hop into the forest too, though? Probably not. Let's go to some other game. It was really, really fun. My breath away. Oh yeah, in this game I'm not going to listen to any music. Welcome back. Just let me know when you're ready.
Yep.
Start. Thanks, mate. Thanks, mate. Was?
Yep.
What are you doing?
I'm changing the category right now.
Okay. Right, we don't need Spotify, do we? I don't think we need that. Do we need this? We need this. Yes, we need that. What you playing? I'm going to play Sons of the Forest. Some zombie survival game, basically. It's the first playthrough as well. I've played the first one like 5 times plus, and now it's the first I'm playing the second of the series. What are you guys doing?
Yo, I'm in.
You just watching, or are you also playing something? You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah. Have a good one. I eat cranes. See you. It's gonna be a chill game. It's a perfect game for like staying awake long now.
Yo, it's very good.
Oh. BTA 6 was a crazy banger today.
Yeah, that's very good.
Also push. There you go. Also disable push to talk because I'm not gonna press the button now. What's the... Wait, we spawned here. Wait. That's good, that's good, that's good, that's good. And the cannibals are back.
Oh well.
So fight them off real quick. Wait, are they back? Yes, they're back. Yo, leave my guy alone. What, you just killed him? Come here, man. Bro! Another one. What? I got them all.
Very nice.
Our guy is dead though.
You can you just rest him?
You can't.
What? Like he's gonna come back for somehow, right?
Guys, is he coming back?
And I'm in, by the way.
He just died. He was one hit. What did he do? What? Liars! Brother!
Hey, das stuff is always still here.
Look.
What?
Yeah, he's dead.
Okay, I guess he probably just comes back later.
You wanna... Let's drive the car.
Yep.
We're done with this cave, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that was done.
We should do more BT6 streams.
Jo, can do that more often. What's the yellow thing we just drove past on the map?
This is... Good
Do
question.
it out again.
Hold E.
Doesn't work. I got out.
I mean, that is a good question though. Like, what's the yellow horse symbol? Whatever. Doesn't exist. Let's go.
Jo.
How do you like my driving skills?
They're very good. You can't drive them over.
Let's go to some purple marker.
Yep. And just hope we don't have to dig there.
Yeah. Well, if we find some cave on the way, we can just go in that.
Mm-hmm. Well.
What?
Oh, that's not coming more.
Isn't it a crazy transition to go from BTD 6 to this game?
Yeah, quite a difference.
X3 is way more brutal.
Yeah. From shooting some balloons to shooting people in the head.
Shooting balloons! Oh. Let me hold left click again, this is super fun. Look, when I hold, heavy attack.
Oh, nice.
Haha, easy dodge. You wanna cook them for some food?
Let me get off their arms and legs.
What is this?
Okay, got everything for the soup.
Brother, you're telling me you're making a soup out of them?
Yeah, I'm always doing that.
What type of eater are you? What type of cook is that? Are you a cannibal cook?
Yeah, I'm a cannibal cook.
Alright. How would it taste good though? Does it taste good?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then at least that.
Cannibals are always good. We're always eating cannibal soup.
Ah, good shit. Why is
I
it?
don't have water.
This game is super beautiful.
No. Let me get some water first.
Wanna make a
Or there's
base
something.
right here. It's cool ass location. Oh no, don't eat that. Oh. So that I am going to be so infected. We can make skeleton armor
What happened?
later. Let's do I ate a raw arm.
Oh, that's not good. Guys coming?
Very, very tasty, Kappa. Who's this? Stand still. What do you want? Well,
Oh, the
handled.
soup is cooking.
Handled it. She offered herself, mate.
Perfect.
More food for us.
Yo, let me refill my arms and legs.
While you make the soup, can I still do shit? No.
Hmm?
No, no, no.
Ah,
I can't. Do you play music during the playthrough?
Currently no.
Same.
This is a pretty immersive game.
Yeah. What?
Even more? Okay, they're swarming this area.
wanna swarm them. Do they have some base?
I didn't see one on the map.
Are there like cannibal bases?
There are, we raided one before.
We should really try to look for one.
Yo, if you find one, we can... Oh.
Is this done?
Yeah, it's done, you can eat a bit.
Then let it taste you good.
Yeah, I'm full, so I'm just taking the rest for the way.
Yep, I'm done.
Good.
What do you want? What do you want? Better run. Better run. Better run, because I am not in the mood to play with you right now. We're going for some crazy adventure now. Where's the car?
Over here.
And what is this here?
I don't know, some dead people.
Some corpses? Yeah, sure, let's go.
Oh, quit pamphlet.
What?
You will find meaning in life again.
You will find meaning in life again. Feeding yourself for a better world, interactive workshop. Ah, sure. I'm here to kill some cannibals, brother. Join in.
Yeah, and we just had burger.
Where do we go?
To some exclamation mark? To the one on the right, one on the right we were, I think. We need to dig there, I think. But I'm not sure.
Left or right?
I will say left.
Okay. Can you make burgers in this game?
I don't think so.
No? Some raccoon food?
I think it's just cooked meat and soup.
Some leg burger? Why was there
nice.
not burgers back then? What was this scam? They really had to eat legs and shit like that?
Not really. Nobody had to eat legs.
Where's the marker? Left? Okay.
It was this blue blinking thing there.
Where?
On the map, right next to the exclamation mark. Some blue blinking thing.
I actually don't see it.
Weird. Did I somehow manage to put down a marker?
I have the feeling. Yo, 1 second. Yeah. Hello there.
I see both so overpowered that I just go into close combat with a bow.
I want cheeseburger.
Oh, I have no ammo.
What is this? Top. I want cheeseburger. Can you open these? Ooh.
Yeah, you can hold.
How do you get duct tape? No, seriously now. How do you get duct tape in this shit? This is weird.
Yeah, duct tape is really rare.
How am I supposed to make skeleton armor if I don't get any duct tape? Duct tape used to be a given thing in The Forest 1.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get that shit?
I got it in the skin pouch I won.
Where? Oh.
Over here's the skin pouch.
Wait, I also got one. Ooh, pork, let's go. Another skin pouch, where?
I found one in here.
Okay,
one over here?
Oh yeah, I found it. Nice.
Where's the other one?
I just had it from before, I think.
Oh, okay.
Let's go.
Here's some money.
It's crazy, they only give you duct tape this way. Basically,
Gotta be other ways.
let's craft some armor. Hydrate. There you go. We are saving the creepy armor for the boss fights.
Mm-hmm.
And also, welcome back, Jay. Hope you're doing good. Batteries here. What can I make of batteries? Okay. I think Lias used to be. Oh, so let me push dog. Jay, believe it or not, I was a bit more scared of the Forest 1 when I played that. I feel like I'm kind of used to the bad jump scares. I got used to that shit. Another duct tape right here.
Oh. Where?
I guess you found it already.
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. You wanna go?
Yep, let's go.
Let's fucking do this, mate. Huh?
Hier cannibals. There's literally nothing in front of this car. I won't let me push it. I can't push it while we're in. Ah, there was a rock.
What do you mean rock?
Yeah, there was a rock in front of
Which
it.
rock?
This one was in front of it.
Sure.
Oh, it says radio.
Yeah.
Greg war off.
Jay, thoughts on the song? That's a good ass song.
Ja.
Oh, what is that shit? Boss fight incoming. Need music for the boss fight. Whoa, 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 whoa! Emergency landing! Exit the car! Whoa, hello!
Solar panel. And a guy.
Guys!
Hello.
What happened to you? 9!
Modern X.
9! 1 minute longer. Stay awake, brother. I got you. Whoa. Modern X. Let's check this baby out. Oh, yes, sir. Let's go, Liars. Huge improvement. Huge, Liars. Huge.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go.
It's awesome.
C4 bricks. Let me try that.
I'm already full of C4 bricks.
Sticky bomb.
Und some duct tape.
Ooh, duct tape. Sure. What else? 5 coins? We should have that? No?
Oh, der Cannibals, wir können tun die C4 bricks at them.
Where are my coins? Where are my coins? Bro, I'm looking for my coins. Ah, here. Okay, that's that. And now one last thing. This. Boom. Let's craft a C4.
Yo, as soon as I find
Holy
C4
moly,
bricks.
macaroni. Look at that. It's gonna be OP. That's definitely going to one-hit a Armsy.
Hopefully.
And grab the new ones. Let's go.
Is
The
there-
only thing that we are kind of missing is duct tapes. That's the only thing in this game.
Mhm.
Okay, there. Oh my. Brother. There is
What?
duct tapes everywhere.
Yeah, you have many duct tapes.
Just.
Just. I gotta make some C4 bricks with that to have the room.
The last thing we need is. Of course. Solar panel? Huh?
Where are arrows in the inventory?
Okay. Chat, for what do I need a solar panel in this game? Can't fight with that, no? No. Can't.
Yo, I got bomb arrows now.
How do you craft them?
C4 brick and some stuff.
Let me get some sticks. I'm out of sticks.
Also gonna need sticks.
Was that Fly Imaginer? Wait, what is that? Some type of bench? No, right? There's a wall. Okay. What are you listening to, Jay? Sweated. Let's go. Yo, I'm ready.
Yep. Also ready. Yeah, Academy is awesome.
We are close to it.
So to get up this hill.
Let's go.
I think we need to push.
I wanna quit driving, bro.
Yeah, driving in a forest is annoying.
I'm so done. I'm gonna walk there.
Okay.
So, what do we have? Yeah, that's definitely not the one we visited before.
That's something new.
In the water. Oh, please tell me that's some rebreather cave. What is that? Yo.
Oh, is it down there? A moment, a second.
Vodka bottle? How do we get to this guy? And
Maybe shoot him? If he falls down? Try. Yeah, it worked.
nah.
Find Team B, 2 out of the... Flashlight! We got it.
GPS collector. What is that? Oh!
Enemies?
Oh! Oh! Brother, I wanna go. Hello there. Who are you? We friendly. I still wonder how we get to that woman.
No idea.
How do we get to date just this woman? Are you okay over there? What if I drop my weapon? Drop your weapon! Hello? Okay, let's leave her alone. Bro, this is so immersive!
Wait, I need to still set my house to the modern axe from the tactical axe. Actually, it has much less speed.
I'm so done with this game already, Jay. Do I really have to play this? Brother. I'm done. Oh! Alter, help!
I'm in a crafting animation right now. A moment. Okay, now I can add. Down.
That should work, no? But how do you do this? Wait. Ah, you first put that down and then you do this. Easy. You wanna sleep or is there some zombie here?
Let's sleep if it's possible.
Good night.
Good night.
It doesn't work.
Ah,
Whoa,
yeah.
whoa! Who's this? Who is this? Who the fuck are you?
How did that hit me? That guy's some insane range. Okay, I think we can now sleep.
There were two, there were two.
Oh. Oh, jeg got hit, ja. Kom her.
Try now.
Ja, where is that enemy?
He's hiding somewhere. Where are you? I'm hungry. I'm hungry for cannibal. Show
here he is.
yourself. Why is he dancing?
No idea.
That's
Okay,
what
now
he
we should have everyone.
Disrupting my sleep.
Finally. Oh, still not? Come on.
Somebody threw something at me. Careful. Holy shit, is this army?
I need some mats. There are way too many.
What? Who are you?
Okay, nearly dead. I need to take mats. Okay, I got some mats.
Okay, bro. How many? Easy one hit.
Oh, we got some spears from him. Okay, his armor's gone.
Let's try to sleep.
Okay, hopefully it works now. No. It hit me. It threw me down. I think I'm down. No, thank you.
What about now? Ah!
Finally.
Oh, good morning. What a beautiful Sunday we have. Where do all the cannibals come from? Look at them. And look at that!
Even more? We're doing some
Fuck off, mate. I just woke up. Oh, lol. She's going crazy as well. Let's save here, chat.
Oh.
Shall we? Let's find Jimmy.
Okay, I don't think he exists here, but yeah. Oh, a skin pouch. With some duct tape.
Guys, how do we tame the woman? Let's make a campfire.
Okay. There's water here in mind. I can get some real quick.
Raw head.
I recommend you make yourself also a soup since you just can carry that around.
Yeah, how do you make that?
Get some water in your cooking pot, then
Yeah.
put it on a fire and make 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head in there.
Yeah, after I'm done with this. Let's also burn all of them. Let's burn all of them.
Okay. Let me just stop my soup. Okay. I can't. Yeah, I can't put that in fire again, so I'm using yours. Yeah.
Mm.
If you.
So I just fill that pot now?
Yeah, to water.
There's dirty water inside already.
Yeah, then put it on the other fire that I made there. Just not wood.
Where?
I'm here. You just need to light it. I can't light it because of the bug. Over here.
Why can you not light fires?
Sometimes it's bugged. I don't know. And put the pot on it. I put E on the fire, and then, yeah. Then now put arms, legs, and head in it.
The arms I don't have arms.
Then get them from over there.
Wait, how many?
2 arms, 2 legs, 1 head.
Ah, they are bad. That's what's happening here, yeah.
I got jumped. That cannibal just jumped in my back and then ran away.
Ah, that's cool. Greg. Get health, you get stamina, you get power to craft shit. Food, drink, some muscle shit. Yeah, that sounds good. Let's click that.
Mm-hmm. And you just can just carry it, and it's like I think 4 drinks in 1 soup.
I wonder if our teammate revives and we restart the game.
Hopefully. What is that if he's gone?
Hmm. Can I just... Ah, I need to eat something, yeah. And my night thing is blinking.
Yeah, mine as well forever already, but nothing happens.
It must be a bug, to be honest.
I think it went up a bit from sleeping.
Oh wait,
but
I
not
believe
much.
it's... the tent is just extremely shit.
Yeah, probably.
Like, look at that. Look at
That's
that
probably
thing.
extremely shit, yeah.
How long is this taking?
Yeah, it takes a bit. It should be done any moment.
Great. I want to walk, bro. The car kinda sucks.
Yeah, it can be annoying.
Let's go.
Well, let me
Here's a
oh.
camp. We should check that. We should check that out.
Okay, coming.
And who's that damn woman? Why is she stalking me?
Oh.
We don't even need the camp, to be honest, bro.
Yeah, but you get really good loot in there sometimes.
Bro, I'm completely full. We gotta make progress. Come.
Okay.
To find some type of cave. There must be one over here. This looks so sus.
Well, we see the caves on the maps mostly.
Yeah?
Yeah, at least some are marked. I don't know if all. Yeah, over there's a map, like the cave.
Let's go. Jay, are you there? You are officially joining the, Nice. What are you doing? You're just watching, you're playing something. You're playing something for yourself. Playing chess.
It's getting bright outside again.
I mean, you just slept, bro.
Hmm?
You just slept.
Wait, it's a bit ago already.
Can I recommend you something, Jay?
There should be one right here.
Tell me real quick, when is the new Life is Strange game releasing?
Ah, on the other side here. Okay, I zoomed in.
I need to know. Where is the next Life is Strange game releasing? Just collecting all the berries, like why not?
Yeah, here it is.
We've been in here yet?
Slingshot! No, we weren't in here.
Nice. That goes to 7. Cool. Let's crack straight into it.
Yep.
Am I ready for that? No. Do I have to go in there? No. Am I still going in there? Yes. No. It's 7 AM and I haven't slept. Ah, you can see the daytime. I feel like the whole night. It's crazy. It's crazy. How do you get on that? You can somehow hang yourself on this and slide.
Yeah, it looks like it, but I don't know. We don't have it, but we need for that if it's possible. So, get to go down, I guess. An air tank? That's already good. But there's nothing down here, except the air tank.
Are you trying to tell me we need... Wait, you can do jump and run. No, you can't. It's blocked, you can't go there.
Yep, we need something for that.
Is it the slingshot?
I can't doubt it, but we can try.
Yeah, it's not. How do you get on that?
Yeah, there's blocked marks. We're missing an
Yeah.
We need to come back later.
Man, I'm here now.
Yeah, but we're not supposed to be here now.
Where else do I go? The game is
Different
programmed to
cave.
like go into caves.
Yeah, different cave, I guess. Zipline rope? No, wait. Zipline rope is this thing?
What?
I'm looking through crafting stuff right now. No, I have a zipline rope, that's something else.
Zipline rope sounds like the thing we need.
No, it's not. I have that, we don't need something else. Zipline rope is probably what that is, I assume. We need the zipline thing.
Zipline? Shit. Yeah, rip. There's like materials out here. Wait, cloth, how can I make that? Zipline something? No. Yeah, no idea.
Yeah.
Let's go for some other cave.
Okay.
There's one, like, if you look, there's one in front.
You go.
And there's one on the right.
Multiple.
Like, if you angle, where do you want to go?
Thinking where were we already?
Like, if you look in this direction, you see the two?
But there's also something else on the cave. I don't know what that is.
I kind of want to check it out.
Yeah, let's go there.
Yep. And there's something blue.
Yeah, I talked about it earlier, yeah.
What is that?
I have no idea.
And check all of that out.
Yep.
Chat, if you're enjoying the stream and you want to see more from this, I also stream other games, for example
Kick me
BT6.
down.
I stream Rocket League a few times. And I'm also going to stream some single player games. some actual solo games in the future. Probably will do the Resident Evil series first. Then drop a follow. I really appreciate that. And enjoy the stream. Honestly, fuck the car. I feel like walking is a whole different vibe as well.
Yeah, and the car is just enclosed, very annoying.
Kind of take ages, to be honest. Nice, it's fine. We have time. Survival game. If you play a survival game, brother, you need time.
Yeah.
If you don't bring time to a survival game, bro, then you should not even touch that. Survival game is like the game, you know?
Mhm.
Yeah, see, guy, time.
With you, that's important. At least it was in the first game.
Bunch of ropes. What can you make with ropes again?
Der Metz hier.
Anything important? Zip. I wanna know what that is. Shit. Let's seriously build some good house. I wanna try this.
Okay. Gotta find a good spot then.
Let me just see. Tree shelter? Wait, tree shelter? Whoa, this is cool as fuck. Let's make this. Holy crap. We do this over here somewhere.
The box door is to open.
What's inside?
Printing stuff. Printerreisen.
Behind you. Skin pouch collected right here.
Very nice.
Alter. I found zipline rope. Wait.
Yeah, I also have a zipline rope as well. That's not what we needed.
Ah. Wait, what do you need then?
No idea. Zipline
We
grapple?
got the tape and zipline rope. Huh? Let's craft the house over here.
Okay.
Just
Right.
randomly inside the forest. Like this.
Finally died. Like, that thing tanked like 4 shots. Oh, cannibal.
Elias?
Yeah?
I have a problem here.
Okay.
I have a problem here.
I'm on my way.
I have a problem. Please help. I'm dead. I'm not dead.
How many are there?
I'm dead. I'm actually
There's
dead.
an army.
I'm dead. There's a whole army. Use your gun. Pistol.
I'm out of ammo.
Oh my god.
Time to get you up.
Last chance or else I respawner.
I can try. Moment.
3.
I think I got you. But I'm down.
I'm dead.
Okay, then we need to respawn.
Yeah, this is it. GG's. Huh?
Wait, right next to it.
Huh? Hey, hey,
put us
hey.
up. Oh, we can just cut us free. Nice.
Fuck you guys.
That's much more nice than the first game. Got my backpack again. Nice. Oh, shot the bomb arrow. Watch out. Oh, they're OP. Bomb arrows are overpowered. They one-shot everything. And I'm gonna bomb arrow him.
Was ist das?
Bomb arrow him.
I'm dead. I'm on top of a tent.
Nice.
What?
Yeah.
Please revive.
I'm trying. Yeah, got you. And after this, make bomb arrows. They're really strong in an emergency. Okay. Oh, I can't make any more bomb arrows. I don't have the stuff for that. If you have this for bomb arrows, I absolutely recommend them. They're super strong.
Do they one hit?
They one hit, even the strong ones.
Bro, there's a helicopter. What is happening?
Oh yeah, it's
Why
like
is
back
that-
again.
Wait, what is this?
Yeah, there it is.
Yo,
Now just hovering there a
help!
bit and then leaving, I guess. That's what I did last time.
Guys, what can I do with the helicopter? Chat. What did it do?
Oh, it's leaving.
Hello? Help?
That moment. What is that going on?
Right guy.
What guy? You one-shot me?
Get down.
Just some random guy just one super strong. What? What's that?
We're reaching the point where we get stronger enemies.
Yeah.
Come here, let's help me out.
Let me drink one moment. And open my skin pouches.
Let's just finish this house and then call it a stream.
Hmm?
I want some actual base.
Yo, let's do that.
Jai, I have the... I'm very tempted to go to bed.
Oh, the modern axe is really good. I think I just hit that tree down with one hit.
I genuinely feel like that, Jay. Any tips? Stop throwing rocks at me, you fucker.
Gonna kill the camera real quick. Okay, there are more. They're gone. Okay, that takes a ton of wood. There are quite a few cannibals. Okay. They're gone.
We're missing small stones. There you go. No? Yes. Yes, sir. Do trees regrow? Does anyone know? 2 hits? How? Damn, we're nearly done. What a beautiful house. That's like an actual base, no? You can... Once that's done, we can go on it. And build even more stuff, no? Like, some shelves. Some hanging racks. All that should be possible. Oh, hello. You going to lie us?
Okay, over there are already 2 logs, then we're done.
Yeah, let's go on it.
Yo.
I wanna see if we can build even more stuff, like, on top of this. Would be cool to, like, have some type of... Does this work? That works. Wait, what is that now?
Just the log that was here. Pick it up and put it down there.
Lol. Really cool.
Yo.
Wait, so that means we can, like, freestyle and build even more on top of this?
Looks like it.
And, like, attached? Can you have some... Can you sleep here?
No.
That's
like,
crazy.
We probably need to place something here for that. Well, you can also maybe move placed elements by holding C. So the log I placed there probably.
Wonder if there's some real bad, or if it's just a tent.
There gotta be more.
Stick bed. Double bed. Stick bed. We have like 2 next to each other here. Like a pretty good location. Yeah, just like that.
And the hang we got to make that. That was important, I remember.
Let's make this first and then the next one. Okay, done. Is one enough?
Should be enough.
Yeah, let's just save, not sleep.
Okay.
Bruh, it's been a pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go though.
Okay.
We can try, we can continue. Tomorrow or so. And then, yeah. Are you gonna leave?
Hmm? Oh yeah.
Chat. You know what time it is. Super long
out.
stream. I'm still gonna stay awake. I'm not going to sleep. As you all know, I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule. That's why I'm live this late. It's not normal. Don't get used to it. Normal schedule is 6 p.m. I go live. Yeah, that's when I usually go live. 6 p.m. and not fucking 12 a.m. Yeah, I'm gonna try my best to stay awake the whole day today and go to bed at my desired time tonight. So we can see us all on Monday or Tuesday, depends on when I do the ER stream. What I'm gonna say now is I wish you all a good night. Thank you so much for today's stream. This was probably the best stream I had in a while, at least on this channel. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Right? Yeah. This was the best stream so far. Really, really fun. I'm gonna keep working with titles because I feel like that really, really makes a difference. Gotta keep making titles instead of just saying hello in the title, so people actually know what happens here, and then they have a reason to click in it. But this is some streamer stuff. I'm not gonna go too deep into it. Thank you so much for the support today. Really, really appreciate it. We're gonna see us all next time again. And yeah, that pretty much was it. Gonna play a song as always. And then we see us next time again. Peace out and good night.